with where we're live streaming. I don't know if the. Oh, okay, it seems to be working out now. So sorry, hop over to the other side. I gotta fix the chat really fast because it is, I think, the wrong one. Is this right? Yes, yes. Something is screwy. Something is not right. So let me sort that out really fast. I don't know why it didn't move over. There we go. That one's correct. Yes, that is the one. It is done now. Good. Okay, now it's all working. Good, good, good. Okay. Thanks everybody for having a bit of a longer stream this week, but you know, it's always fun. It's kind of always relative to me because I'm going to be out here anyway, doing the after chat, so I feel like it's not that much longer to me. It's all right. So let's see if that works now. Good. All right. We got it. Test. Good. Everything's linked and we're good. Okay. I think it's good. Or are we doing this one? Yeah, let's do this one. Boop, boop. Beep, boop. Oh. There we go. Okay, good, good, good. All right, we're all set, I think, on all fronts. We're firing on all cylinders here. Thanks, everybody, for watching on the Twitch side and the YouTube side. Let's hop into the Discord side and see what's going on with everybody.
Key, you can set up your own channel, and there's Josh there, so I'll cool it.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hi, Josh.
Hey, Yo, Josh.
So there's probably some questions on CW Hotline, and we got a lot of folks in the chat who actually have been playing around with it. So let's see. We got Ham Radio for Non-Techies. That's good. I know he was using it. Hey, Mike's in the house too. Good to see Mike again. And
ahoy, hoy.
Oh, hey, Mike's got a different sounding audio there.
Was that hot?
A little hot, but it sounds good. All right, so let's say hello to everybody. What we like to do here on the Ham Radio Crash Course After Chat is if this is your first time joining us on the Discord, we'd like you to say hi, introduce yourself, and if you have a ham radio question, well, that's why we're out here. We'd love to help you. So anybody here for the first time that would like to say hi or ask a question, come on forward. Any first-timers wanting to say hi or ask a question? That's what we're looking for. So we want to help you in your ham radio journey. That's okay. We can skip over and just talk about the ham radio hotline Bling for a little while. Or CW hotline Bling. All right, we'll circle back around. So, Alek, were you answering some questions on that? You want to go back to it? Go ahead, Alek.
Hey, wait, what'd you ask? Sorry, I had other audio.
Oh, I was saying, were you answering a question? Do you want to go back to answering questions on?
Yeah, he was talking about using it on the road, using it portable.
Okay.
And I just mentioned, we can talk about it in a little bit, the direct connection stuff, because you didn't kind of go over that. You can set up your own channels outside of V-band with direct connections. It's the link code in the setup, but we can wait on that, and I'll explain it if you need to.
Okay. All right. Well, then why don't we just do that? Open it up to any questions, like on this CW hotline. If anybody has any questions on that, let's take the questions live. Anybody in there?
Josh, what I initially asked was taken and like I purchased N3CN key. It's waiting on me at home for me whenever I get back to where I can pick it up. I was wondering if that could hook into like the computer sound card and still interact with the program that you were using.
Oh, just some random key that connects to it? I don't think so. I think you got to use the CW hotline, but you can plug a key into the CW hotline, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I guess the follow-up question would be, how much is the CW hotline?
Oh, I mentioned it on the stream. It's $55.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the
And-
cheaper oscillators you can find, really. And the speaker's not super great quality, but man, it is loud.
Yeah.
Mine's not. I think they changed the speaker. The kit's not the same, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's loud.
There is a volume control in the settings on the first setup page.
Okay. Yeah, so for everybody that's following, we're talking about the Ham Solution CW hotline. I'll drop the link in the chat so you guys can see it.
Don't forget there's the original one they sold, which was just literally a plug in the USB port and had none of the niceties of the new one.
Interesting. What did they add? What did they add to the new one?
The direct connections on the new one. The old one was just V-band. There's a straight V-band interface they sell as well.
So you can just bang your key straight in the side of your PC.
That's ultimately what I ended up doing, was just connecting directly to the little box here with my key, and that was it.
Yep.
So that's what I do with mine. I didn't bother building it with the key or the paddles like you did. I just kept that part out and just, I got the little jack there. I can plug anything I want into it. Made
Well,
it
mine's
simpler.
That's the way.
They're not even working. So-
Yeah, that's what I did too, and I was like, why is he building the key part?
Now you know why I removed the iambic paddles from mine. They did work. Mine did work, but it was just kind of a pain, and I have a nice key anyway. And if I'm traveling a small key.
I mean, Josh, do you have a Morserino?
I do.
Do you even bother with a key on that thing?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Well, yeah, it's paddles only. I don't do paddles. I do straight key.
Oh, okay. Then sure. Yeah, I can see that.
But I mean, that has the straight key, and I think the straight key is easier to put on it. But it's like if you don't put one on there, you can kind of switch back and forth.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of now thinking that I may desolder the key itself and just leave it out. I think I might end up doing that.
I would.
I don't think it adds much now that everybody's like, well, I didn't use a key anyway. It's like, yeah, no, you're probably right. It's not really a good reason to
I mean, if
use one.
if you've got a nice collection of keys at home anyway, there's no reason to build it into it.
I have a reasonably decent amount of keys, and I have my bench key is actually really, really nice. So that's the bench key that I have is this big Chungus aluminum one. That's all magnet balanced. It's an absolute beast. If let me hold it up next to the actual CW hotline, you can just kill it with this thing. It pales in comparison to the massiveness that is the. So looking at my $60, look at how big this thing is in
It's a
comparison
monster.
to my $60 laptop. This is my bench key. Now talk about a key that won't move around on you. This is the key that won't move around on you if you have problems with that. So I really like that. Okay. Any other questions related to the build today? The CW hotline. Want to make sure we get everybody's questions answered, and that could be in the chat too. I'm monitoring all the chats.
Yeah, I was just banging the control key on the keyboard.
Yeah, that probably works out well too.
Well, that's how you do a straight key, because
At the end of the day, that's what it is, right? It's just a switch that you close. Mm-hmm.
I think on the V-band, you can set it to iambic B, and you can use left and right control for your dits and das.
I won't be doing that.
Yeah, I got too confused when I did that, so I switched it to straight key and just you hit the control key. Although if you hit any other key while you're using the control key, it locks up and crashes.
Oh wow. Okay. Good to know.
Just goes into permanent tone, and then you've got no way of shutting it off. You have to close the app, restart it.
That's not good. That's not good.
So yeah, it's not a good idea.
All right. So let's see. Let's go back around then to anybody who's here for the first time that would like to say hi or ask a question. No first timers. Nobody here for the first time on the Discord would like to say hi or ask a question. It looks like Jayland is unmuting and muting. I think you have to go in to your settings and set a mic and a speaker. Okay, so Dave has a great question. For those of you that are trying to get into Discord, he says, "Hey Josh, I'm having trouble getting into Discord. It keeps asking me to verify your identity by phone, but then my phone is already there." So my Discord is not a new Discord or special Discord. It's just a part of Discord. So if you already have a Discord account or you built a Discord account at some point, joined someone else's Discord, it's the same username and log on. You just reuse that. If you don't remember what your password is, go through the password, I forgot my password thing, and reset the password. And that's all you should have to do. As far as verifying cell phones, we no longer ask for verifying phone numbers, but if Discord is asking for it, that's Discord's thing. It's outside of our hand, and they're not using your number. At least I don't think so. If somebody has evidence of them doing it, you shouldn't have to provide your number. But if they ask, they're just doing it to make sure you're not a bot, because bot storming is a real thing. We got a lot of bot spammers that come up, just like we get on YouTube, but on Discord, on the server side, it's kind of a pain. Hey, Joe's in the house. He says, how do you make it talk? I think you got to go into your settings there, bud, and set a microphone. And then a PTT button. We got enough people in here that we got to use. Actually, for you, Joe, Brett, I can give you a no PTT. How about that?
Yeah, Joe Brett doesn't talk much anyway. Just watch
we want
Clubhouse.
We want those dulcet tones coming right on through without him having to click anything. So you should be good to go to just talk, Joe, if you want to set Vox on. Oh, Jalen, close. I see the attempt to talk, the little green circle, but I'm not hearing you. Are you there? Is it Jalen? Yeah. I don't think you have the mic set. If you're using your phone, you got to hold down the PTT button too.
Now he's just hot mic, but I don't hear anything.
Yeah, now you just got a hot mic and there's nothing there. Excuse me, blow my nose.
The content we're here for.
That's right. Sorry about that. Oh, hey, that's really good. Ham ready for non-techies. I think that was a step I did not. Oh, device key or the link key, V-band. I didn't do that. So, yeah. Joe Brett, you got your mic set up? What's going on, bud?
Hello, audio.
Hey, he got it. Right on.
I know I haven't used this thing in years, since we went to YouTube.
Yeah, no, you're sounding good though. Way to go! Congratulations, you made it. All right.
Good deal. Can we start over, or do I have to watch?
Yes, I'm gonna rebuild the kit. Actually, I'll rebuild the kit for you, the whole thing. I'll desolder all the components, and we'll do it over.
That's all. I'm definitely gonna have to watch it back because I was looking at this earlier, and it was like, $55 shipped, and I've always wanted something that would connect to the computer. And then I just heard you say that you can connect your own key to it.
Yeah, and in fact, if you may not be watching me on YouTube or Twitch, but I am simul streaming there. On the top there, you've got a key paddle port, a audio out, and a key out port. So you've got like a full little box that connects to your computer and does all the CW things. So yeah, you can connect any key you want to it.
And you can connect it to your radio. So if you have two of them, you can put the same key in both of them, the same link code, and key your radio remotely. So if you have a Flex or something and don't have a Maestro, you can use it to key up CW on your remote radio.
Well, I'll be dipped. Ain't that handy?
Hey, Tony Y asked, I'll take recommendations on a starter pre-built paddle for a beginner. Well, that's an interesting question. Tony, you're going to have to answer me a question. How much do you want to spend? Because the truth of the matter is CW keys get real freaking expensive. Real expensive fast. And paddles seem to be just a bit more expensive than straight keys. So tell me what your budget is. Oh, somebody asked me, hey, I have a question. Why does Josh's look a little different? Or why do I look a little different? I have a 11 meter prime lens on my camera right now, which is giving me different characteristics. In fact, normally this gets blurred out on the top here with the chroma key, but because of the bokeh that this lens is using, because my eye is the focus point, this actually keys out okay. It looks really good. It's actually kind of, I hope it's better. Does it? It brings out the
looks nice.
gray. It brings out the gray. Well, yeah, sure. That's because I'm going gray. That's not necessarily something I'm trying to hide. I'm getting.
You look
old.
more realistic.
I look like soap opera Josh. Realistic. Or yeah, I'm 60 frames per second, Josh.
You know what that reminds me of is when we made the 10-meter contact and you didn't catch who I was at first, and I said Joe Brett, and you're like, "Yeah, you sound just like you do on the videos." I didn't know which way to go with that, but thanks for the contact.
You always sound really good though. You got a good voice, bud. All right.
He said his budget is up to $300.
Okay. Then that gives us a lot to play with. Actually, you can get yourself some really nice paddles. By the way, guys, have you all seen this? I'll get to the keys. I promise. This Pico APRS transmitter. Have you all seen this? It's a super tiny APRS transmitter. Look how small this thing is. I wanted to save this for the after chat. Look how small this thing is. It's ridiculous. I imagine it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult to get APRS out with this. Hey, thanks for becoming a member, Rob Mack, on the YouTube side. Thanks for that.
So you wouldn't put one of the big Abris on that?
I mean, I probably would try it with a better antenna. So let's go to American Morse Equipment. Yeah, AME.
For $300, don't you want to start with Bengali?
Or an N3ZN. I think the lower end ones, are around
Well,
250-ish.
Yeah, that's true. We'll get there.
They're 320.
So this is, let's see. This is $118 for their KK2 paddle, which is not bad. Let's see. The Porta paddle, which I have in my car, is $80 to $100. Not. They have one with magnets, a magnet mount. Let's see. That's their bench paddle. Looks like you can't order it right now. So what was the other one? What was N3?
N3ZN. They may be just above that $300 limit.
I think
They are
might
fantastic keys.
I can testify to that. I played with them a little bit in Huntsville, Josh, to the point that on N3ZN, go back one page, that Robin Egg Blue with the blue paddles. That's what I ended up ordering.
All right, very good. So these guys are a little bit out of your price range, but I can promise you that they're probably the key that you could buy one of, and then you'll have them for the rest of your life. And he has a variety of different colorways that he does with these, and there are various different pattern types as well. So I will, let me just grab his website and throw it. He goes to most of the ham radio, ham fest, the big ones. So you see him pretty much everywhere. If you want, another very good key is Bengali. Oop. I think these might be out of your price range though. So keys, paddles, let's see. Yeah, because these are all in euro, right? I know a lot of people like the sculpture. Where's the sculpture? There it is, sculpture. So that's, yeah, 420 euro. Pretty much out of your price range. The N3ZNs might be a bit more in your range.
Very comparable. The Bengalis are held to high regard, but I find the N3ZNs are about the same build quality, magnetic returns, and all that.
Now, I got to be honest to Tone there. Saying a beginner or a first-time key and then giving a $300 price range is generally not what people would say. That's way high. For someone that is looking for a much less expensive, there's bencher keys.
Benchers are like 180.
Yeah, that's in between the cheapest. Benchers, BY1s, kind of like the most common 180, and they've got one for 219 that's all chromed out. I have nothing against it, but I have nothing for it either because I haven't ever really used one. You do find good, extremely good point, Jamscan. Jamscan got a used bencher for $60. So this is where used markets, online, QRZ, eBay, Hamfest, the used market in Hamfest, you can get some decent keys for cheaper than you'd pay brand new. And it's not like key technology's changing that much. So as long as it's in good working order, you should be fine.
Mike saw one at the Hamfest a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, did he get it? Mike, did you buy a key?
I just remember him picking it up.
No. You talking about me?
Yeah, you showed it in your video, right? You pulled a bencher out of one of the boxes.
I don't remember.
I do.
I have the MFJ version of that bencher, and it's actually a pretty nice key.
Yeah.
And those are less than the bencher.
Yes.
I've got the Kent, and I just was looking it up and noticed their website's not available, and they're out of stock on DX. So, is the company going up?
I don't know.
Hey, Josh, one more option. Might look at Gigaparts at CW Morse. Key would fall in his price range. Only drawback with it is very light.
The straight key I have from them is not light.
Oh, the CW Morse are the 3D printed ones. Those are like very intro to keys. There's nothing wrong with that. And actually they make pretty decent like portable keys. $40-$50. They've got one. So you take this, this little plasticky boy, and you kind of just hold it in one hand and key with the other, and that works just fine. A lot of folks that are into Morse code will do it at at parks or whatnot. Hey, they have an aluminum CNC one now. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, the paddles I have from CW Morse actually have a pretty heavy metal base on the bottom of them.
My very first straight key was from CW Morse, and I still use it to this day. It's a fantastic little key for $25. If you're beginning in CW, you can't beat it.
Me too.
Yeah, not bad. I don't know. Okay.
And at this point, how many of us here are professionals?
I don't think most of us are.
Touche.
Well, none of us are because we're amateurs. We're not professionals by definition.
I own keys I have no business owning.
I know a couple people like that. Yeah,
Join the club.
Ham Radio for non-techies dropped the often, I don't know who this is for exactly, but the side-by-side where you got paddles and a straight key on the same base. Those are always like wild to me.
Yeah, I've been trying to find a copy of this thing, and the guy who made them died. And they were like $250 when he was still alive making them, and it's just beautiful. I love the nice shiny gold.
Bling.
Yeah, it's like a when you're just chilling, like when you're just in chill mode, like you're cruising with your girl or whatever, doing CW, you just go to straight key. When it's like straight professional time, that's when you switch over to the paddles and you start
CW and chill
going. Yeah, when you're CW and chill. Or when you're like, Goku and he's got to take the armbands off to like really start fighting, he goes to the iambics instead of doing the straight key.
And
it does keep it in one place on your bench.
Yeah, but why do both? I guess unless you're like a straight key, you're part of like the straight key society or something. I feel like people fall into like one or the other, and then that's kind of just how it goes.
Under 25 words a minute,
Yeah, like you're chilling. It's CW and chill. That's the
you're rag chewing. You're not there for a speed contest.
Yeah, Mike also mentioned the N6 ARA. They make. I would argue that they're kind of like an emergency paddle or a backup paddle or a CW to go kind of paddle. And
dude, look at that Altoids tin I just dropped.
I know. Hold on, I'll show it to you.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
that's the
K6
Jack
ARK
version
too, right? That's
yeah
next to it.
Yeah.
They're super cool.
I literally bought a bunch of Altoids just so I could have the tins so I could put keys in.
You know they just
Kind of
sell the
pick up-
tins now, right?
Well, yeah, but I get the cinnamon ones and I rather enjoy them. So
Okay. All right.
What key is that, Mike?
So you have the N6 ARA tiny paddle. That's the jack version, that orange and black thing. It's actually collapsed inside itself. And then on the left is K6 ARA's clone of is it the Pico paddle or something like that?
Yeah.
And the paddles
ARK.
slide out. And
That's
yeah,
Adams,
K6
right?
ARK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't want to show the one that comes in the pill bottle, Mike?
That is the
No.
orange one.
No, it's not the
No,
pill bottle.
no. The one that's like two little touch things right on.
It's the
soldered
jack.
onto a single-
You've got it too,
Yeah.
Mike. You've got it too.
I got them.
It's the one that's just the
Oh,
jack.
yeah, I got it here.
Otherwise, I'll grab it.
That's in my other key bottle thing here.
I'll see if I've got it close at hand. I have it. Here it is.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Take this picture anyway. Why not?
Let me show you how you create a
You
singularity.
got them both?
Well, I've got the pill bottle one. This is how you create a
both.
CW singularity. So you take your key fob key, right? So that what makes this cool is that it's got the pin right there. So you just go into a radio that has it. But you create a singularity by taking another paddle and joining them together.
Reno.
And then you work them at the same time, and then you create a CW singularity.
Shrimp.
That's how you do it. So it's really,
That's how you
really
practice.
tiny. So if I had let me see. This is not the best example, but on a,
It's gonna make a black hole.
I know, right? on a small radio like this guy, you just take the key straight into the side of it, and you either rotate it for which side your dits and daws are, and then that's just it. You just boop, 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 boop. That's all you have to do. Pretty straightforward. It's kind of like the emergency key. It's like the Uber emergency remove from pill bottle to perform CW. Cool stuff. That's also kind of a fun kit to build too, because that's Mike's got a good picture of it. Here, let me pull his up again. Get all the credit to Mike for building these little...
It's just key porn, man. I love CW
porn.
keys. I think they're just the neatest little things.
They are. They're really
they're
cool.
like little gadgets, you know?
Well, it's a mechanical thing, right? It's like
Yeah.
purely mechanical, which is just beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
So where do you get these things?
N6 ARA. He's got a website you can get them from.
I'll drop a link.
They come pre-assembled, or you can get them as a kit. I think the kit's kind of fun because it's one of those heavy flow soldering jobs where you don't often do that. It's more of a brazing job almost.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the website right there. So yeah, not bad at all. Fully assembled, $24 for the one with the 3D printed body, and you just take the body out and put it back in. In fact, I did a video that funky phone-based VHF UHF radio, the mobile. I ended up using this key for one of the tests I was doing.
Turn left, then take the first.
Hey,
right.
Richard, mute. Thank you. You got a hot mic, Richard. There you go. Thank you, bud.
Sorry about that, Josh.
No problem. Otherwise, we're gonna know exactly where you're heading from the directions. So yeah, cool stuff. That's I like.
Only thing is, I'm not moving GPS having a wig out.
Okay. So David's got a Bengali straight key he's showing off in the Discord. By the way, guys, links in the description if you'd like to join us on the Discord. You don't have to talk like we're doing. This way you can at least see the images. That's a Bengali straight key, and yeah, they make straight keys too, and they're also extremely, extremely nice. Also expensive. Nothing is cheap in the world of keys. So just keep that in mind.
And Bengali does have a lot of customization. You can get your call sign anodized on there and all kinds of stuff. They'll nickel and dime you to death if you want everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to deep dive keys, that's true. Somebody dropped a link to Red Summit RF's channel for one of his videos on keys, but he does quite a few reviews of keys.
I have a couple of keys that I consider good, and I have one key that's considered rare.
I've got a weird key. I bought it from Alliance, the Chinese manufacturer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And they brought it out for about 5 months. I think they only sold one to me, and they've stopped making them now. But it was like it has appeared on eBay since, but double the cost. So
Oh, everybody's showing off their ham radio CW keys right now. So join us on the Discord so you can see it. Join us at the hashtag live-stream chat room, and that's how you can find out all the images people are posting. Right on. All right. Anybody in there who is here for the first time and like to ask a question, come now. I see a lot of names I haven't seen before, so feel free, guys. Just set up that mic and say hi.
Is the mic working now?
It is. You got it.
Okay, well, yeah, this is my first time in this. I probably need to find the video thing as well. I was first licensed in 1968, so I've been around for a long time. But I've got a number of keys, one of which is an old Navy key. Go look those up. They were all sealed up so you didn't light anything off with anything that was flammable.
Yep.
And I've also got a number of Vibraplex keys to include a bug with the weight that flaps back and forth.
Yeah, I have what are they oh god, what do they call those keys? The bathtub key is one of them, but they've got a name.
A6.
Smokeless, sparkless, something like that. Key. Anyway, yes, I hear you. I've got one of the Navy's and then one of the Air Force keys. But yeah, you got your mic working. You sound real good. Thanks for joining us out here. There's no video. You don't have to do any video on the Discord. If you want to watch the live stream after chat, you just watch me on YouTube or on Twitch. That's where I'm live streaming at the same time.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. I was watching you build the kit, and you took me back quite a few years to when I built a Heathkit keyer that had iambic paddles sticking out the front.
Yes.
And you could switch back and forth on it as to whether you wanted it to alternate or to be true iambic. And I'll tell you what, when you've got it doing one and you switch over to the other, it takes a little bit of getting used to. But I was going to say something that somebody else already did. You want to put a massive weight on the bottom of that thing, or you're going to be moving it all around the table. You got to tie that thing down when you're using it.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. I think I agree with everybody else. I'm going to get rid of the paddles on that. I shouldn't have wasted my time with it and just use the key that I have here, my big heavy key. But yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Once I started using the paddles, I spent quite a few years in the military, some of which was using Morse code. So, I was used to five-letter code groups at some amount of speed. But once you get used to using paddles like that, you don't really want to go back to a straight key.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm not saying I'm good at CW at all, but I'm not really a big fan of the straight keys personally, other than to tune up my amplifier, which I have a key set up specifically for that job. All right, well, thanks again for joining us. And let's go down the list. We got a couple of YouTubers here. So starting at the top, just going down alphabetically, I see... Scott, Ham Radio for Non-Techies, you obviously got the the CW hotline, so you made a video on that I know of. So how you doing this week? What's going on?
I'm doing pretty good, Josh. I just want to say great show tonight. I've never yelled at my screen as much as I have tonight on your live stream.
What'd I screw up?
Oh, not your screw up. It's just you were going towards certain things like, don't do that. Oh, don't do that. Oh, I was kind of.
You don't want to do that. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. You don't need that iambic. You're wasting time.
Yeah. That was one of them.
I hear you.
But yeah, it's funny. It's funny how, as YouTubers, we tend to trend on similar topics around each other. Because just this last week, I released my video on my Morse code key collection.
Yeah.
And just kind of showing all different keys I've got. I'm always trying to promote, Morse code if you want to learn it, and I always use the entire license you paid for and studied for, and Morse code's the other half of that. I think it was a pretty decent show. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm a Morse key junkie. I buy every time I find one, I buy one just because I like them. whether I know how to use them or not, but they exist in my collection.
No, I hear you. This was supposed to be my year of CW, and then right out of the chute, my dog died, and that was a really bad situation. And then we obviously have all the Hamfests we go to, and then somewhere along the way, I got COVID, and I've just gotten completely waylaid in all my goals in getting better at Morse code. I still listen all the time when I'm driving to work, and I occasionally chase POTA, but I'm not nearly doing what I wanted to be doing, which is to be more active in the Long Island CW Club and all that stuff. So yeah, no, life happens to you, but I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a thing. I mean, with Morse code, you really, like I said in my show last week, you got to stay dedicated to it 15, 20 minutes a day.
Right.
Long Island CW Club, I think, is probably the best place to go. They got 40 to 60 classes a week for every single time frame, whatever skill level.
Yep.
You can go in there and join in, and just there's no pressure. It's very easy to follow. Their technique. They actually changed something. They were using G4FON when I first joined, and apparently they had some design team come in, and some guy wrote code, and they've got their own practice thing now, a program in there. And I popped in there the other day to look at something, and I saw this whole new software they've got on their website.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I'll have to go download that and get it set up.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, well, thanks for joining us out there. Feel free to dive in if you have any comments. Hey, next on the list, we got Joe Brett. How's it going, Joe Brett? Flameproof. That's it, Chaz. You got it. Go ahead,
It's going
Joe Brett.
pretty good. Pretty good. Y'all over here talking about cool Morse code stuff, doing videos and stuff, and I knew you was going live tonight, but I got wrapped up in tearing apart another Ballon. I'm screwing around with Ballons, and y'all doing cool stuff. So anyway, just hanging out, and glad we got the chance to come into the after chat finally.
Hey, yeah.
Talk.
Thanks for joining us out here. I appreciate you been in the chat room the last couple of shows, so appreciate you getting in there. What do you got going on this week? Anything fun?
No, I mean, I kind of wrapped up the video and schedule it for later this week and start on another one maybe tomorrow, trying to get them lined up. I got to get my watch hours up. I've been slacking on that. So other than that, just work, family, and YouTube.
Right on. Very good. In that order. All right. Mike is next. How's it going, Mike?
I didn't do it.
You didn't? Well, not this time.
No,
give it time.
Yes. How is everybody feeling? You're all looking wonderful.
I'm good this week. It's been a couple of crazy weeks for me. I had all my ranking meetings I had to do. I had to get all my engineers ranked by grade, right? So senior engineers down to junior engineers, 150 something people I had to get done with, and it was just a total nightmare.
Good Lord.
Not completely done, but most of the way there, so I'm happy. What have you been up to?
Wow. Well, I had to rebuild my NFET half wave today because me and a buddy went out yesterday, and the wire may have got wrapped slightly around a branch, and had to pull it down and broke two of the links. So I did that today, and I just did a really long video on getting started in FT8 and very deep dive into WSJTX. I got to finish. I'm going to film a grid tracker video tomorrow, I think. That program, I know you did a video on it a couple years ago when it came out.
Yeah, with the creator.
And I just, yeah. And I kind of just discovered it. I mean, I watched your live stream, but I'm kind of just getting back into FT8. So that's fun. Grid Tracker makes FT8 fun again. So got that. Just got the ATOS in the mail yesterday, so I got a new antenna.
So I was curious. I'm glad you're here because I wanted to ask you. I know you've really enjoyed your screwdriver, your Tar Heel. How do you feel the differences between the Tar Heel and the ATOS? Because you picked up your own now, so now I'm really curious.
I got a deal I couldn't pass up.
Oh,
so,
gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, no, I really did like the antenna. I'm planning on I want to do some shootouts between the two.
That'll be a highly watched video because I know there's a lot of people out there. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that want to know the difference between them. I think the ATOS gets a really bad rap. There's a lot of people that talk crap on it, but I have had nothing but good luck with it.
Yeah, that's what you said at Huntsville.
Yeah.
So yeah, ever since I found out that like just blinking thing for like a minute is it actually like initializing and trying to find itself again.
Right.
I was like, oh, all right. So that's when I really was like, all right, I'm going to give this a second chance.
And I know you told me that, and I know you're right because the Yeezy guy told you that. But I'm telling you, once I bonded my
dude,
whole
I
vehicle,
just watched your video on that
never
yesterday.
happened again. It never happened again. It did it one time, and it's because it wasn't bonded. And then once it was bonded, it never happened again. So yes, I'm sure you're right.
Just watched your video last night on that.
But sorry,
and I'm like,
you.
all right, maybe. I mean, if all you got to do is like connect all the trunks and the doors and all that crap together, that's not hard. I can do that.
And it's easy. You just use the serrated washers that bite into the coating, and you don't have to break out the sandpaper. You're using just the serrations to cut into the paint, and it just bites in, and that's it. You're good. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I need to do that, but going to Washington on Wednesday. I actually fly. I have a layover in LAX.
Oh damn! For how long?
Just under 2 hours.
Oh,
Like
okay.
an hour and 45 minutes. Not long enough to do anything.
I'll wave in the direction of LAX.
Maybe we'll get on Simplex.
We could actually do that from where I'm at to LAX. Yeah, probably.
Oh, we should try that.
Yeah, you have to text me.
I will. So yeah, that's and then I got one more video from the Belton Ham Fest. I did another. Every time I go to the Ham Fest, I try and just like cruise the parking lot if I have time and just look at all the mobile antennas. So the ATOS is really like when I first put the Tar Heel on, it like really reinvigorated my like just let's go and POTA really quick because it's so easy.
Yeah,
you just drive in. But yeah, I mean, so I've been thinking really hard about that question. Like, you know, which one do I think I like more? I drove out to Belton last weekend with the ATOS on the car, and I found myself like I was just driving. I was going to listen. There's a local net here on 80 meters. They just have some trivia net, and I was going to tune that up because it was kind of getting dark by the time. So I was just going to drive and listen to their little trivia net thing, but I couldn't do 80 meters. I was like, that kind of sucks. And I can with the Tar Heel.
Yeah.
So not that I ever really do, but I can. Where the ATOS does 2 meters and 70 centimeters, but they don't make a freaking radio that does HF and VHF anymore. So
right,
it's I don't know, but I'm gonna do some whisper tests. I'm gonna probably do maybe just AB them, run 2 coax into an antenna switch and just kind of AB them and listen to some conversations. I don't know. I'm gonna figure something out. Probably do some transmit and receive whisper tests and culminate all the data in a spreadsheet and look at the signal to noise ratio, that kind of stuff. But I'll tell you, I mean, the just being able to push the tune button on the 891 is a really big feature.
Yeah,
it's not that big of a deal with the Tar Heel, but you got to have the external box and you push where the memories are, but it never goes back to exactly where it is. You always have to fine tune it every single time. So you got to change, put it in CW, key up, push the up or down button just to tweak it really quick. So that's kind of annoying with the Tar Heel. But I'll tell you what, man, I did a POTA a few nights ago. I went out to get a case of beer, and I was like, you know what, it's beautiful. I'm just gonna go POTA.
I mean,
and I got 134 contacts in like an hour and 10 minutes.
Wow.
It did not stop.
That's was that what band were you primarily running?
20.
Nice.
It was a late shift POTA activation. I got in the air right after 0 Zulu, which is 7:00 for me.
Okay.
And I probably I didn't even program because I was in Sam Houston National Forest and I don't have a pre-programmed CQ for that. Because I'm always in Huntsville. So I was like, screw it, I'll just call CQ and see what happens. And 2 CQs. And it didn't stop. Ginormous pileups.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so.
I
suspect the Tar Heel probably do the same, or the ATOS rather.
Maybe. I'll be watching to hear more because I'm willing to swap out. I'm not necessarily gonna. At some point, I think I'm gonna liberate the A91 from my car and put it back into portable duty, and put some other radio in there. We'll see. Christiana, thank you so much for the super chat. Christiana says, I went to the FCC in New York City to upgrade my novice tech ticket in 1980. I got my tech, but missed general code by one question. Missed the call number of the ham. Well, thank you there, Christiana. Appreciate the kitty cat, too, as the avatar. Thank you so much. All right. God, there was something else I thought I was going to ask you, too, Mike. And I remember. Oh, yes. Now I have found, this is just a personal thing. You have the smaller antenna mount that you used on your ATOS video. Have you got the broader one that has the little lip on the other end? Have you looked
No,
into that?
that's the 600, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the
I
small
looked
mount,
at that.
not very good for the ATOS. The longer one is better with that little lip on the other end. It kind of goes over a trunk or whatever,
Yeah.
and that prevents the shear motion.
Yeah, that antenna has a lot more wind load than the Tar Heel.
Yeah,
a whole lot.
It does. It has more. It has more wind load.
Dude,
than the
my Tar Heel on that K400 mount barely moves, and I'm going 100 miles an hour.
Really?
Yeah, it's I think it's a combination of. So the Tar Heel is just round. The ATOS has all those grooves in it, and then the whip is really flimsy. So I'm sure that just kind of all compounds into. I mean, it's not bad, but it's like it's whipping around. So I looked at that mount, and it says it only has like a 9-degree tilt ability, if you will. Okay. So I'm like, well, is this thing even going to be able to sit up straight on my car? I would imagine it would, because my what trunk is like flat,
Right.
It kind of angles back towards the back of the car. So I don't know. I mean, the K400 is sufficient. Maybe I should look at that. I'm going to order something from Gigaparts probably when I get back from Washington.
It definitely squared the whole thing up a lot better.
Is that the one you have?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So how much can you actually like pitch and yaw it to get it straight? Is that
a ton.
Enough?
Okay. I believe my mount is over 45-degree angle right now.
Well, why the hell is it saying like 9 degrees of tilt axis or something?
They're talking about off the vertical, like if you're pushing up against it or something, like load. Versus mine is flat. Mine's shooting up vertical, but I had to make the mount all funky to get it to work like that.
What is on the bottom of that antenna to mount it? Is it a
PL239?
Okay.
Literally, you can go watch Mike's video. He did a whole shot on it.
Yeah.
The base actually seats up flat up against the antenna mount. It's actually a nice design from that aspect. It's a nice design.
Yeah, but that's a different type of mount.
The antenna has SO239 on it, so it screws right onto a UHF connector.
PL239, right?
It's a PL259.
259.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Mm.
You right.
Yeah.
As always, Mike's right.
I've got 3/824, so
I'm usually wrong.
Just drill another hole, Don.
No, I'm not drilling a hole in the top of the van.
Yeah, go on. It's only you there. Don't have to worry about
Yeah.
Do it. NMO.
And
NMO's the pants.
Yeah, NMO's not SO239 either.
I don't know. I got to be honest.
Look at that
I do know a
bokeh.
lot of British slang, but I don't know if pants is good or bad. Is that good or bad?
Bad.
Bad. NMO is pants.
You know, it's another word for rubbish.
NMO is rubbish?
Yeah. Well, they're only ever sold in the States. They've never been sold anywhere else. So,
well, what do you use to pop a hole through something then? Bulkhead connector? That's crazy talk.
well, I use either a SO239 mount or a 3824.
Through the car?
Yeah. In fact, my Volkswagen even comes with one already done.
It's got to have a wide base then, right?
Yeah, but then you can buy either of those
You
with,
gotta get the wide
with a
base.
wide base. So, you know.
You got to have the wide base. Okay. Interesting. Because, I mean, that's kind of the point of the NMO is that it's got a big
Yeah,
flat
but you can't
flange.
buy them anywhere else. You can't buy them here.
That doesn't mean it's bad.
They were never marketed in the UK, so
That doesn't mean it's bad.
yeah.
means it's not
I'm led to believe by people I've spoke to that they have this habit of welding themselves to their mount, and then they're almost impossible to remove.
Well, I don't know that's possible. That's possible.
That's what I've been told. I don't know if it's true, of course, because I've never seen one. So I'm only joking.
I was curious if you had like firsthand knowledge. So, all right. Let's see. Anyone else in the chat who's here for the first time that'd like to say hi or ask a question? Well, good. I'm glad we got all the questions out of the way. Let's see. Scott. Oh, good. Okay. I'll check that out. Thank you for the link, Scott. I do want to pull up, since we're all here, we'll go ahead and pull this up right now. Reminder, everybody, second week in November, K6ARK and I are hosting a ham radio campout at Thomas Mountain. Thomas Mountain, which is east of Temecula in Southern California. I have that Friday off. I believe it's a holiday weekend, so I'll be going up early to reserve a couple of spots, and we'll be hanging out, so you're welcome to join us. I'll zoom out a little bit, and I'll drop the link in the chat for you all to consider it.
How far is that from the general Los Angeles area, by the way?
Well, it's not too far. Maybe an hour or two. Hold on.
Maybe 2 hours with traffic.
Yeah, 2 hours of traffic seems about right. Hold on, let me. I don't want to put my my address in the chat. Hold on.
And
yeah, about
Yeah.
closer, potentially closer to 3 hours. But that's also totally dependent on traffic. Right now, the traffic is actually not great, even though it's 7:30 here in California. But now, to show off a little bit of it here, so let's go back and let's enhance. So these are all campsites here. You can see some of them. Lots of trees. And I'm told by Adam, he's gone up here many times, that it's a really good path, as far as clear line of sight path to VK Land and some other DX, which, considering how good things have been for 10 meters and whatnot, we'll probably explore that when we're out there. So if you're thinking about it, just follow along with the live stream. We'll have Adam in here to talk about it, but pretty easy to get to, not difficult. Although it is like I'm told, a 10-mile dirt road drive. Now, if that's something that you guys don't want to do, don't worry about it. We're actually going to do another camp out in spring that my wife and my whole family's going to go, and that's going to be a bigger group, because I'm going to be renting a 100-person group site. And that campground is going to be much easier to get to. And so that should be a much bigger group. I will probably go up. We'll probably be up there a little bit longer than just the weekend to make that all effective. So, yeah. All right. Dave in the Discord asked, "Hey Josh, what is the default PTT button?" I think it's left control, but the best way to do it is just to go into the application settings and change it. Lower left-hand corner, the little gear, or if you're on your phone, there's also a settings button somewhere, and you have to enable the button, and then it's literally a button that shows up on the screen. Okay. Very good, very good. Question in the chat: can you transmit via SDR effectively? I like DIY and have decent Linux and Win skills, but a noob to AM radio. There's a lot of terms that you kind of threw around a little bit. SDR is just software-defined radio. That doesn't mean you just run an app in Linux and then you're transmitting on amateur radio. That's not really how that works. You generally have to have a device that is an SDR. And there are some SDRs on the market that are just kind of plug into computer and transmit. But I wouldn't call those really beginner radios, particularly on HF. But there are some. And really, it's going to depend on what your budget is. There are a lot of SDRs that are good receivers, though, that are anywhere from $25 to $100 or whatnot. So, yeah.
I'm getting 40 watts out of the Hermes Light. That fits that bill.
Yeah, would you call that a beginner radio, though, Don?
I would, yes.
You would?
Because
okay.
It's so damned easy to use, yeah.
Well, there you go. Okay, so the Hermes Light, or depending on where you're from, the Hermes Light.
And it ain't got no OVF.
It ain't got no OVF.
That's damn true.
But let's be clear what Don has here. And Don, you can drop it. Let's see. The person that asked the question is actually in this chat, Big Fat Elvis. So if you drop a link or an image to your Hermes, it's literally a box with like a heat sink on top of it. You plug it into your computer, and then you use software on your computer to control and manipulate it. But it is a full featured ham radio at that point.
Yeah, and there are others, but by the way, I'm going to drop my playlist.
Oh yeah, please.
If you don't mind.
No, yeah. You don't have to ask. Oh, I should say, Don, another YouTuber. You should tell us what you're up to coming up this week.
I am so right now, and nobody wants to talk about this, but I'm totally tied up with IPv6. No, enough said. So, the only thing I've been doing on the radio really, or towards anything, is just using the radio when I have a few minutes. By the way, for some reason, I am off on Monday. Is anybody else on vacation on Monday? Or holiday?
No, I'm not.
It's Indigenous Peoples Day, and for some
It used to be Columbus Day.
Yeah, and for some reason they now have our company's giving us a day off that day.
I generally don't get like those kind of froofy federal holidays off, like President's Day or Columbus Day, but all my govies do. So all my military people that I need to talk to are always out.
Yeah, the banks are all closed on Monday.
It's still a federal holiday, Columbus Day.
Yeah. Somebody said they had a question.
That luxury.
Somebody in the chat said they had a question. Who was that? Come forward. Say hi.
That was me, Josh. So you guys talk about CW starting to spark my interest again. Where would you go to study for it? I know you talk about a lot about Long Island CW, but where would you point me to?
Man, there's so many ways to get started learning Morse code. There's Morse code apps for your phone. I don't generally love all of them, but Morse Machine on iPhone is a fun game about learning the alphabet. Obviously, if you can swing it, you have the time. Long Island CW Club is the way to go. You can look up Morse Ninja on YouTube. He also has a bunch of podcasts to learn the alphabet. There's a lot of people who've done CW Academy and have really enjoyed it. I got about 3/4 of the way through a CW Academy, and I had a child born, so I had to drop it. But that was good. I had a good time with that. You name it. There's ways to learn CW. You can still find CDs with learning CW on it. Anybody else want to jump in there with some thoughts on learning CW?
Yeah, I got a thought.
Yeah.
I did the LICW, the Long Island CW Club, after you did your videos on it, and I really liked it. My problem with it is that I did not have the motivation, I guess. I couldn't dedicate. And somebody's got an echo there.
No, he got it. He muted. Jalen, go ahead and mute for a second until you're ready to talk.
Yeah, so I started CWA this semester. It is a little bit of a CW Academy. And there's a little bit of a wait to get in because they only do quarters. Like after this class ends, there's 2 months off and then they start again. And the accountability on CW Academy,
commit.
You do have to commit.
Yeah.
It's like an hour practice a day.
Yeah.
2 classes a week, an hour each. You have to send over Zoom, and they expect you to send and head copy. So it is a real commitment. But if you really want to learn it and you do that commitment, it has been fantastic. Where Long Island CW Club, for me, being more self-paced, I found that I didn't have much accountability, so I just ended up not showing up.
Faffing about.
G4FON's also good. I just dropped the link to that. And that has a way you can learn the Koch method and set up your, words per minute, stuff like that. It'll run you through drills and different things. It's just very useful.
Yeah. Let's see. Did you drop the link? Morse Code Ninja. Okay, thank you for dropping the link on that. And G4FON. So yeah, everybody on YouTube and Twitch is seeing that too. Both those are good. G4FON, you can run it on a $60 laptop that you get off of Micro Center. G4FON will pretty much run on any version of Windows. And what's cool about G4FON is you can actually kind of upgrade it with different word lists. So you can kind of grow into 100, the 100 most used English words. I still, I'm telling you what, like go to, I believe you have to go to the website for Morse Code Ninja. And you have to get the RSS feeds and add them to your podcast player. But then you just go in and download all of them so you have them in the player. And then I go walk the dog or, whatever, and I just play them on my earbuds while I'm walking. That's a really good way to kind of have something going on in the background that you're not necessarily focused to 100%. You've got the CW going, and that for me is a good way of learning. Everybody learns slightly different though, and so for you is really the best answer is you knowing the best way you learn. Like Alek just mentioned, he needs to really commit to something. Some people are okay with the ad hoc nature of the Long Island CW Club where you hop in a class, and some people just need to study on their own until they get comfortable. But I know that every one of these groups will ultimately tell you the fastest and best way to learn is to actually transmit CW and make a contact. And for me, I think one of the best ways that I've been doing it to get more comfortable is chasing POTA. Chasing POTA has been the best. Particularly with folks like Adam and other folks that do, I won't say the fastest code, but will slow down, and they're good at copying. Just get out there and try. Who's the guy? K4 SWL Thomas Witherspoon. He has got a video explaining the exchange. The actual what you send, what they send, what you send, what they send kind of thing on Morse code when you're doing it, and it's actually not that difficult. It's really not.
It's a great video, and they're also polite. They all slow down, and it's all predictable, so you kind of know what's coming, and that helps a lot on POTA.
Yeah, nobody's trying to trip you up with CW. Everybody who is an active CW operator really wants you to learn CW and become good at it, so that you can then be out there with them making contacts. Right, that's their goal. So, anybody else?
Link to that video.
Look for POTA CW protocol on YouTube. And if you find it, drop it, and it'll hit the chat.
I've got a couple of remarks on how we used to teach it, particularly to some military people.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, what we used to do was there were a couple of methods. One was using absolute perfectly spaced code, and you would start out at a speed where somebody was actually able to do it. And you would very, very, very slowly increase the speed until they started missing repeated letters. And you would drop back and do that again. And what that does is that it gets you accustomed to increasing the speed. There was another method called the Farnsworth method, named after a guy by the name of Farnsworth. And he would actually transmit the letters in the words at the target speed. So if you were targeting for 15 words a minute, you'd space and time everything for 15 words a minute, but with big gaps between the letters and the words, and then you would gradually shorten those. So there were a couple of methods of doing that. The most effective that I found was the gradual increase of speed, and you would drop back and gradually increase speed again over, say, a 5-minute period. And that really can increase somebody's receiving speed quite effectively.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I know that most of the major groups will use the Farnsworth method. From what I've seen. And Koch.
Yeah, I have an old AEA. An old AEA, must be 40 years old. An old AEA KT2 keyer trainer. And you can still find those on eBay at times.
Okay.
And you can program that. You can download the instructions for it. They're still available from Google if you look on Google. And it has a little keypad on the top. And what you do is you program in what it is that you want the trainer to do. And it will do that for you in either Farnsworth or in perfectly sent code.
Really? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it'll actually send you random code, which is the hardest stuff to do. In the military, everything was encrypted, so it was all 5-letter code groups, and it looked like garbage.
Yeah, okay. Now I know what you meant by when you were saying code group. I'm like, okay, now I get it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but doesn't Long Island CW Club have like entire books? Like I think they have War of the Worlds completely in CW.
They do.
News briefs.
They've got a lot of things that are in CW, and they'll play them in different classes, or you can just download them. There's a bunch of classes you can download off of their Google Drive. or just lesson material for learning, which is I think been pretty helpful. I've done a bit of that, not a ton, but yeah.
Hey Josh, did I get this working?
You did.
All right,
How's it going?
thanks, guys. I'm gonna get off here and try to get some sleep. I've been running on fumes. I ran cross country today and homecoming last night. I'm just dead. But thanks for all the CW stuff.
All right, buddy. Take it easy. It sounds like we got somebody in here that just figured out their whole voice setup. So who was that? Come on back.
I think I've got this working, Josh. This is Dave, Victor Echo 3 Delta Kilo X-ray, and I'm just trying to get in. Yeah, it was great chatting with you. I got interested in your channel because my brother's down in Carlsbad, California, and I've somehow got to get him into the hobby. But I think going straight into CW might be a bit of a reach.
It might be. It might be. We make a lot of different videos out here for that fun stuff. So yeah. How are you doing though? What's going on with you? What are you doing in Morse Code or ham radio?
I'm having a little bit of a moment of silence because I had a nice fan dipole and I was communicating from Dublin, Ireland, all the way to Colorado. I'm in the east with the Victor Echo 3 call, and that was great until the wind knocked 2 legs off the 3-leg tripod, and she didn't stay on the roof. So I've had a little moment of silence there, but I've got a tower. I've just got to get it all set up, make sure nobody gets in trouble with me or me in trouble with them. But yeah, so my end-all plan is to try to get contact from here to California. I'd like to get my brother on the air. He likes going up in the parks there and getting at height, so I'm trying to get him into the parks on the air, which I've seen you do down there. So hopefully that's the end-all plan.
Yeah, Carlsbad, he's got a couple of summits that he can get to as well, and he'd probably be better off at like a summit or something with a clear, elevation and a low noise floor. I've definitely made contacts to Eastern Canada in my shack, which is a higher noise floor environment. So you should be okay. You should be able to do it. It's not going to be super consistent all the time, but you can definitely make it work.
Well, Josh, thanks for taking my question. You guys are great. I really appreciate it. Your community is great, and I hope I can get my radio back on the air. And thanks so much for setting this up.
Well, thank you for joining us out here. Feel free to hang out. If you have anything to add as we're chatting, go ahead and do so. Appreciate you. All right. All right, Angola is on 20 meters right now. FT8, if anybody doesn't have Angola in the log. So make sure you get in on that. All right, what's going on? Anybody else? First timers, doesn't matter. Open questions. Any question related to ham radio, come on in. Otherwise, I may show off some pickups that I got today at the swap meet.
Hey Josh, if you need Connecticut, look for Whiskey 1 November, special event station on 20 meter FT8.
I have Connecticut, but if anybody wants them, there you go. I have worked all states.
Question?
Go ahead, question.
Hey, Josh, this is Joe, your RF neighbor, K6NAF.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. I am going to be moving QTHs hopefully soon.
Oh.
And I need to find out how to search the neighborhoods for less RFI.
How to search? Oh, like how to walk around and search for RFI. I mean, I made a couple videos on doing it. I know you are in an extremely high RFI environment, so almost anything's probably going to be lower than what you have now, right?
Yeah, most definitely. And we're looking to the high desert, so it should be a lot less up there.
So the good thing, and this is what I found, and Joe, you probably will share this. I found that when you are in a suburbs or when there's a lot of people, that finding any one particular noise source is incredibly difficult because you're saturated with all the noise sources. There is so many noise sources that it's hard to differentiate between one or two. When you go to an area like the high desert where you may be separated, you may have some distance between you and other people, that you will find that being able to hunt down the individual sources that are causing problems is going to be a lot easier for you. That's just my guess.
A comment.
Yeah, go ahead, comment.
So are you talking the high desert, like Central Oregon, or are you talking
I think he means
area?
California. Yeah. But I don't know. Joe, where are you going?
Yeah, the high desert in California, Hesperia, Victorville, Apple Valley.
There's a lot of suburbs in those areas.
Yeah, we're looking towards the Apple Valley area, and most of the lots are over acre lots, so there's some space in between.
Okay. Hopefully you get lucky with that. But they can definitely get kind of noisy too.
Well, it's definitely going to be a lot less noisy than my QTH right now, so.
Yeah.
Bring an HF radio with you when you're house hunting.
There
if you don't
you
already have in the house.
go. Great idea,
And you
Mike.
can scope out the RF noise in the neighborhood.
Or an HT that has the ability to go down like the shortwave, like an FT5, FT3, any of those.
Okay, yeah, I have the FT3, so I'll check that out next time I drive up.
Yeah, throw it down like in the 7 megs and.
Also, good idea is set up your full POTA station in the front yard of any house you're looking at. And if you get a bunch of asshole Karens that come out, then you know exactly the ones that you could just skip because you know they're going to be a pain in your butt the entire time you're there. So just some thoughts.
Or the agent's going to raise the price on me.
Yeah, finding anything without an HOA is a miracle anymore.
Yeah, that exists, but yeah, it's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
That's our criteria. No HOA and AC and possibly a pool. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm looking at land in nowhere, Texas, right? And some of those damn things have HOAs.
Don, it's actually easier to get less HOAs when you start going west than it is as you start going east. There's more HOAs as you go east than west, from my experience.
What's wrong with HOAs?
They won't let you set up a 50-foot tower in your backyard.
It depends on the HOA though. So like, I've had some decent one. I've had a good one in my prior house. I don't have one now, but like it with my old one, they were all like super nuts about the parking and being in the fire lanes and like enforcing the parking. But people had dirty yards, like outgrown weeds. They didn't care. It was all about the parking. But so it depends on your HOA. But yeah, you don't find out until you move in, unfortunately.
We have a guy on our executive golf course with a 3-band Yagi on top of his roof, facing the golf course.
That's the exception to the rule, not the general, not the norm for sure.
And there are guys in my neighborhood. We have a golf course here that's actually on the LPGA tour, and we have like 50 to 75 foot towers all over the place here. And we've never. I mean, this neighborhood's never had an HOA. It doesn't need one because the city basically itself does pretty much everything that everybody ever claims an HOA does. They don't let your yard get messy or anything.
So there's the answer to your question: is why are HOAs a problem? Just in general, I've never really seen actual evidence that your value of your home goes up for being in an HOA. Like, sure, if you got a crack den next door, like, yeah, of course, your house is going to have some problems trying to move it. But I don't know that they necessarily garner any better property values.
The only time I've seen it ever increase or help has been like where you might be buying a condo or something where like the walls and everything outside of your house are really covered. But even then, it's insane price for the HOA.
Yeah.
HOAs were originally started by developers.
Yeah, and in the cities too, because the cities didn't want to maintain the common property. That's what happened around here. We've got them around here, but it's mainly where like the entire community has a brick fence around it or something like that, and ours is maintained by the city. The city will not sign up to do that anymore, and all the medians are controlled by the city and all of that. But again, in those other HOAs or those HOA neighborhoods, the city doesn't want to have anything to do with them.
Well, what I found out, and this was decades ago, the developers were creating them. as they were developing a huge tract of land so that they could control what people did when they moved in to keep them from putting, newspaper in their windows instead of curtains and other stuff, while they were still trying to, build and sell houses. And that's how a lot of those got started.
I just don't ever see a reason to give anyone any kind of power over my life if I don't have to. And an HOA is literally that. It is empowering a bunch of people who have nothing better to do with their life to get all involved in your business, and I am just not about that.
Park on the sidewalk for 2 minutes to bring groceries in, and some lady's yelling at me.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Sorry. I live in an HOA, and it's like when you live, and the president of the HOA actually is my next door neighbor, and I didn't know that when I first moved in. But when I put I put a MPass light vertical up in my back and behind the condo, and Brenda, the wife, literally looked out of her lanai. She's on the top floor, I'm on the bottom floor. And she was like, "What the hell is that?" And I was like, "Oh, it helps the palm trees grow." And I put it on the other side of the palm tree so she could not see the goddamn thing. Okay, and then ran RG8 back.
Yeah.
So that she wouldn't see that either. And I mean, that's what you put up with. But before the hurricane came through, she had the palm trees all trimmed. Because they're right behind our unit. So the HOA is a pain in the ass, but it's something you put up with when you live in a condominium.
Yeah, I guess.
The condominiums are like they have so much common property, and there has to be a way to deal with it. And a city is not going to do that, but in a neighborhood full of houses like where I'm living, there is absolutely, I don't get why, a builder put a stupid wall around the city about a half a mile or more away from me, and somehow or another, I have to pay an HOA to maintain that. No, thank you.
All right. Okay, so I think
Anyway.
we beat the HOA horse to death. I think that hams would agree. 9 out of 10 hams would agree. HOA bad. So that just like 9 out of 10 dentists. So all right, anybody else in there in the chat that has a question, comment, anything they ham radio questions they want to get answered, and chat room. You guys on YouTube and Twitch or wherever else you're at, we hear you, we see you. Come forward if you got something. We'll try and help you out.
I got a question of curiosity.
Go for it.
Can I cheat and use my IC705 as the SWR meter when checking my mobile rigs for the SWR and the antennas?
Yeah, absolutely.
But
so I don't need a specific, like I don't need to buy an SWR meter for it. I can actually just use that and cheat.
705 has a meter built into it.
So it's not cheating. It does an SWR sweep. You just have to have the bands of the 705 must be the same as the bands of the antenna you're trying to sweep or whatever. So if you're talking 2 meter and 70 centimeter or HF bands, absolutely.
And I don't know. Some other guys in here may disagree with me, but if it's 2 meter 440, I rarely, if ever, even bother with a SWR sweep.
Unless you're building a dipole horizontal for sideband or something.
Right. But yeah, if you're putting an HF like any kind of HF system up, then you're going to check the HW or the SWR on it, even if it's mounted to a car.
Yeah, I'm talking just checking all of them. I generally check the SWR on anything I'm going to set up. So I'm talking HF or UHF, VHF.
So the problem is we're throwing terms back and forth, and I want to be really clear. An SWR meter is only going to show you the SWR of the frequency you're transmitting on. What you're, I think, going down the road of is whether or not you need an antenna analyzer, and that's what gives you that sweep look that you get across the whole span, right? That sweep on an antenna analyzer is incredibly valuable. And while the 705 does do something that is similar to that, it's not actually the same as an antenna analyzer. So just keep that in mind.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can always go get yourself a cheap nano VNA and get, similar effects. All right, AC9HO, are you in the chat? Why are you having a problem catching me at -1 on the receive side? Come on, bud. You keep sending me back -1.
Ham harder.
So yeah, go get yourself a nano VNA or put it on your wish list on Amazon. You'll get it for sure.
Mm-hmm. Just don't use it around at a club event where you've got a bunch of other amateurs there that are already on the air.
Okay.
We had, we were doing a club event about 3 weeks ago, Parks on the Air, and there were 5 of us out there with radios. And the only time we interfered with each other was when somebody was doing a nano VNA sweep. The nano VNAs would wipe every single transmitter out,
Really?
S9 plus noise level. Yes, every time.
Okay.
It was funny.
Yeah, they do. If you're on a radio, tend to make it like a digital noise. If you're close by, we're gonna put it or something. We've had that happen.
So for those that are on YouTube or Discord or wherever you're watching, just ask your question. Don't get this whole, hey Josh, blah blah blah. Just ask it. We'll see it. We're watching. Go ahead. We got it. We got you.
Hey Josh, on the subject of analyzers, I've got actually 2 different rig experts. I've got the stick, and then God, I can't remember the model of the bigger one. It's the white one that does HF.
Okay.
If you were in that same boat, would you drop money for like a nano VNA as a secondary
No.
check?
Not unless you're trying to build filters or build some kind of components. If you're just using it to check what the sweep is of your antenna, then stick to the analyzers you have. Those are fantastic.
Yeah, back in days of yore, we used to use a grid dip oscillator, and you would attach a coil to the feed line, and then you would use the grid dip oscillator to find out where it was tuned.
Hey, Joe Brett's taking off. Thanks, Joe Brett, for hanging out. Take it easy, bud.
Yeah, y'all have a good night. 73 to everybody.
All right, see ya.
Night, Joe Brett.
Night, JB.
I just like hearing grid dip analyzer.
Grid dip.
Yeah, it was called a grid dip oscillator.
Not that accurate, though.
Yeah, so you would have coils for the oscillator for various bands, and then you would have a coil that you would attach to the feed line, to both sides of the feed line, and then you would stick the coil from the oscillator into that coil to link them together electrically, and then you would start looking for the where the antenna was tuned.
Right on. This is an interesting question. John W3GYV, are you in the chat? Or are you just in the text chat? Looks like he's just in the text chat. He asks, who makes the lowest insertion loss of 100 watt CSN fed half wave? What's CS in this case? What is he asking? Yeah, what is somebody already? Don, you asked the same question.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of a weird question, the lowest insertion loss, because this could be dependent on your end-fed, your length. No, what's the? He just said CS again. What does CS stand for, John? Is what's being asked right now. The insertion loss generally implies components that you're stacking up between the antenna and the point, and when you're actually doing something with the RF, or just any component you're adding to a circuit. Oh, CW. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So the insertion loss then is, and CW, they're wholly unrelated to each other. I You probably mean most efficient end-fed half-wave. They're all pretty efficient, or as equally efficient as being a 49-to-1 unun. I don't know that you can like do much to them to make them more efficient once they're close to being a 49-to-1 unun. Really pick your poison. It could be the car antenna, K6ARK, KM4ACK. It really just depends on how much power you want to pump through it, and how big do you want it, how portable do you want it. Those are all really good kits.
100 watts, so
100 watts, so you're not.
Those aren't going to do that.
No, K6ARK is for QRP. Generally, he is working
No,
on a
he's
100
making
watts.
on it. Yeah, that's
well,
right.
But he doesn't have it. You can't go to Amazon and buy it right now. So
Well, I
you can
just get one from Dude, but yeah.
So you can go to the car antenna, or you can get KM4ACK, or does Dude have a link to what's Dude's antenna? What are you talking about?
He has some of Adam's.
Tell you what,
new ones.
Don, this is like back alley 100 watt and bed half-wave deals. He's asking like, what link can we send him to get the antenna he's looking for?
Get a 10 tennas on eBay. 10 tennas.
Something else also. What about the Pac 10?
If you can get one, but the problem with the Pac 10 is it's generally mono banded. He's saying end-fed half-wave, which I would imply means multi-banded. John asked a follow-on question. Okay, would you go to DX Engineering? Sure. End-fed half-waves, they're going to work fine. They're generally fine antennas. It's kind of like putting up a multi-band dipole, kind of. They're probably less efficient than a dipole, though, but they're multi-banded, so you're going to be...
I can tell you some good ones that'll do 1,500 watts.
They're a little bit bigger, though. Little chunky.
I don't know that I would use an end-fed half-wave on 1,500 watts.
Are you looking for portability, or are you looking to set this up at home?
Good question to John. Is this a permanent installation or a portable installation? You looking for big chungus end-fed or portable backpack end-fed? That's somebody needs to market a big chungus end-fed. That's the end-fed we all want.
I'm telling you. So I've got 2 end feds up above my house. I've got a 10 tennas, and I've got the Nelson antennas.
Mm-hmm.
I do 10. I use the 10 tennas all the freaking time when I'm doing FT8, and I usually run about 70% power, 69 to be exact.
So
the Nelson antenna, that toroid saturates and my SWR goes up after a while.
So John, we're a little bit all over the place because you asked for 100 watts, and now you're asking about QRP. So
he's saying portable QR, like.
If you mean portable, QRP as in portable, but you still want 100 watt output, everything we listed before is a fine option. My antennas technically is one that many people go to. You're fine going with DX Engineering. Was it 10 tennas? The 10 tenna one's good. You can get that off eBay. They're very inexpensive. Heck yeah. Lots of options. Lots of options for you there.
Yep. And there's even that one that you can buy from the ARRL.
Chris, can you explain a little bit what you meant by CW is going to be harder on it? You want something...
So Dave Castler, I think, did this where he's like, if you're gonna run, he's like, if you're gonna run heavier duty modes, basically get the 350, like, because MFJ makes a medium power, a regular power, medium power, and a high power of their end feds, and he's like, he basically says, oh, you're good for X amount of watts. So usually with T8 or CW, you're gonna be a higher duty cycle. If you go for something that's more rated to a 250, you could not saturate the toroid, say, if you had a straight 100 watt limit. Because most places like 100 watt limit and don't tell you a CW limit.
I see.
Just get more wiggle room.
So if you're a very good CW operator that's literally hammering code, then yeah, you probably want to look for an end-fed half-wave that has a bigger transformer, matching transformer. But I'm going to guess that if you've got something that will handle 100 watt CW rating, and when you're on the website looking at these, and probably DX Engineering is going to be a good website to look at, is it'll tell you what the power output is that it can handle. If it'll take 100 watt CW, then you're probably pretty good. Going higher just means that the transformer's beefier and can handle more heat. before the toroids get saturated and it stops effectively being a transformer. Oh, good question from Aaron. So, kind of a good question. I know 2 hams that are in Illinois, Kyle, AA0Z, and Sterling, NN0SSC. They're both in Illinois. There might be others. There probably are. Off the top of my head, I can't remember, though. And so I think Kyle does always participate in the Illinois QSO party. Yeah. So Kyle, AA0Z, and he'll probably be active with his club, probably be running remote flex radios, so doing something really cool and fancy.
Yeah, he was running the QSO parties today.
There's a lot of QSO parties today. I saw it was South Dakota. I saw there was a booming station from South Dakota on single sideband. So if anybody needed South Dakota, man, that was your chance to get it. Alan Beckman, I think, adds to the question about the NFED half-wave and brings up Chameleon or Palomar. So Palomar will probably make a bulletproof transformer. You just have to make sure it's spec'd to the power that you want. But what I would do with Palomar, by the way, you can use HRCC 73 to get 10% off of any of your purchases on Palomar, including their NFED half-wave or dipole transformers, or dipole ununs, whatever you want. BAL-uns. Call them and explain exactly what you're doing. Palomar or email. Call or email Palomar and explain exactly what you're doing, and they will they will say, this is the thing, this will be perfect for you, ... and then you'll be good to go.
Comment?
Go ahead, comment.
Palomar won't make NFED half-wave transformers. He's said it publicly.
Oh, really? He doesn't have
he doesn't.
He hates the things. They're rubbish.
I love it. I love the hard stance. I love it.
He said he won't make them. He said he doesn't like what they do and how they work.
I love
which is fair enough.
I love the commitment. I love the commitment. That's it. Stick to your morals.
My personal view, having watched the guy who sort of first championed these things, any area where you have to put a fan on it in order to keep it cool enough for it to continue working is somewhat flawed in my view.
And yes, the great equalizer of all NFEDs is WinLink. If you want to find out what how capable your NFED is start doing WinLink with it, and buddy, you'll have a lot of fun.
Well, I know this is silly, but that's the reason that I run a 1500 watt NFED half wave. If I can't, my amplifier will not do 1500 watts on a continuous duty thing like that, so I have to back it off. If I'm going to do power, I would probably be around 300 watts, and that 1500 watt NFED half wave will handle that just fine. And I don't remember was it $189? I think I paid for that. So it's more expensive than a 100 watt or a 300 watt. But
how big is the transformer though? Is it huge?
Yeah, I mean it's big, but I've got 3 of them, and they're I don't know. I've got one here. It's probably 2 inches by 2 inches square, maybe 3 inches by 3 inches square, and an inch and a half deep or so.
Okay.
So yeah, they're bigger, and then the one that I have that does 80 meters has an actual vent on the side of it, and you actually hang that so the vent points down, so water doesn't get up in the vent. To allow air to move in and out of it to keep it cool.
Yeah. Okay.
And I was literally talking to a guy this afternoon on that antenna. I accidentally I was playing around with the antenna switch on the Mercury.
Yeah.
And I flipped it over to that NFED half wave, and I talked to him for half an hour on that NFED half wave. No issues at all with SWR.
Now, talking is different from CW.
Oh, I know.
If you're rad showing CW, I'd be curious how well it does. It probably does fine, though. 100 watts against a 1500 watt transformer, you're probably good.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when I was talking to him, I was literally running 1,000 watts. But
okay.
Yeah, but again, it was SSB, so you're not going to shoot a continuous signal up, even though that's one of the things I love about HF. You can't time out the repeater. So and you guys know me, I talk too much. So
the only thing you time out on HF is your radio or amplifier, and timing it out usually means smoke is going to be.
Don timed out 10 meters the other day.
Did you?
Sorry, Don. Just kidding.
No, but that reminds me. There's some good 10-meter repeaters out there.
Are there?
Yes. Mm-hmm. There's one
timed out the entire band.
Yeah, timed out the entire band.
So
I gotta hit the road, boys.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna ask you, Mike. You've been hitting 10 meters too, right? Are you out on 10 meters right now? Because I heard you were out.
Yeah, I just did a live stream just randomly on Thursday.
I literally missed you. Adam was like texting me, like, "Dude, Mike's on 10 meters right now." Because did you make a contact with Mike or Adam? I mean,
yeah. He sounded great.
Okay, damn, I missed you then, because I was like, oh shoot, because I hopped in and I got everything pointed over to you, and he was gone. You were gone, so.
Yeah, I probably got. Hang on, let me look at the log. I got a few content. I gotta get rid of these.
Was this from home? You were streaming from home, right?
Yeah.
Right on. Cool.
I hooked up. That's why my voice sounds different. I'm going through this mixer that's just been sitting under my.
You sound really good, by the way. It actually sounds better than you normally sound. It's just a little bit higher. That's all.
Is it still hot? I can turn the gain down.
No, you said
it's I had to dock you a little bit. I had to dock you to balance it, but you weren't roomy. You're not roomy at all. You're very, focused.
Yes. Let's see here. So I made 26 contacts on 10 meters. I just randomly. I was like, 10 meters is open. Let's do something fun. So I threw the camera in front of the 7610 and hooked. I actually managed to split the audio from the mixer to the radio and to the live stream. So I didn't get the audio out from the radio though. So I gotta throw a mic, or if there's a line out, I can run into the mixer and send the signal to the channel.
Are you using the 7610?
Yeah.
They're Windows or Mac?
Mac.
There is a way to do it. There's a way to do it on both operating systems, because if you're connected over USB to do audio or to do FT8, well, the audio is still coming over the cable. You just have to be able to pipe it into the output for the stream. You have to use something called.
That sounds as confusing as getting the audio in for OBS.
Yeah, it's actually.
I don't want to go down that path.
It's actually more complicated.
In front of the speaker.
It's more complicated. It's something on the Mac called MIDI controller or MIDI something.
Yeah. We've gone down that.
Yes.
That road.
When you start opening that thing up on Mac, you're in flavor country is where you're at.
Yeah, we'll call it that. No, that sucks. So no, I'm just gonna mic up the speaker and it'll be good.
All right.
So all right, kids.
All right.
Take it easy.
Smell you later.
73. Hey, Josh.
Yes, sir.
What is a DAW?
Digital audio workstation is often what it's called, or workspace. It's so generally it's like what's the not Audacity? What's the one? What are all the kids using?
Ableton. Logic,
Ableton.
Vegas.
Yeah. So I could just pull up a YouTube video. Hold on. We'll just.
Well, yeah. You want to pull up a video? Pull up K1GMM. Pretty much any of his ESSB videos. That dude has audio like you would not believe out of his radios.
Okay, so here's his Apache. Oh, look at that. That's sexy. So you're talking about this setup? Because this is not a DAW.
Yeah, he's using a DAW to get that kind of audio. Now, he's probably listening there. It really depends.
Is he...
Yeah, that's not one of his videos where he's talking about his audio.
No, Alek is not here. He might be.
All right, there is a ton of crap. This is so that you're a little bit of boost.
Yeah, you've never seen his.
So he's equalizing. I'm subscribed to him, but I don't think he posts a lot, or maybe I'm just not seeing it in my.
Yeah, he was on every few weeks. I see him every once in a while. Usually after the fact.
He has a low noise floor too, though, so it's like. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. It sounds like you're in the same room with these people.
Back to the
but it's his transmit audio that I mean, he does this high end audio on a 7300.
I believe it.
And you know what? The way he does it is he takes the USB out and pumps it back out through a sound card into the DAW, back into another sound card, and into the 7300 through the USB, and it sounds amazing.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you want to drop a couple $100 on like
No, yeah, that's all it costs though, Chris. It's a couple $100. We're not talking thousands.
I know. I've used Logic. I've used Ableton. I've tried to be an EDM star.
Yeah, he uses something called Banana. He says he hates it, but he uses it all the time.
Okay, so that's okay. Now I know what he's talking about. Is he a Mac guy by chance?
No, he does Windows and Mac.
The Audio Banana is okay. Okay, hold on. I actually was running this for a while. I think I was running Audio Banana. Was it Voice Meter Banana? Yeah, it's Voice Meter Banana. Yep.
Yeah.
So, okay. So all he's okay. I'm not taking anything away from what he's doing, and I'm not poo-pooing anything because the proof is in the pudding. He has amazing results. In no way am I taking anything away from that. This is just a digital mixer, is what he's doing. He's doing some level of digitizing. So the audio is coming out of the radio. And what you're hearing on the stream is getting processed, and that's what you're hearing. But then transmitting, he's running his microphone into the computer, and the computer is doing some level of EQing, and then that's going into the radio. It's kind of like what I do, but I only go so far as the audio interface, which is a physical box. You can do the same effect with a mixer that has EQ capability. It's the same concept. Yeah.
He's got you have to look in his videos, but on where he's sitting, like on the side of him, there's probably a 3 or 4 foot mixer sitting next to him.
Well, so that's the whole thing. That it's like, what is it?
He doesn't use it for radio, though.
I was gonna say, what does it matter? Because if he's doing a DAW setup, or
and
DAW's okay. So DAW's kind of a weird word because DAW generally implies music production. A DAW, and this is Ableton. Let me go back to Ableton here. So, an Ableton is like a production. That's Twitter. That's definitely not where I want to be. What the hell's going on here?
Where you can do levels and.
Yeah, it's a multi-track setup usually. So when you're doing Ableton, it's like you'll have a bass track, a drum track, your keys, pads, solo, blah blah blah. Okay, so like that. There's what I needed. So it's a multi-track setup. That's what a DAW is, a digital audio workstation, which usually implies you're mixing a bass line and drums, different pieces of an accompaniment. You're building a song, if you will.
You can also run the mixing parts, like the compressor.
You can, but you wouldn't use it like to handle live audio. That's a digital EQ or something along those lines.
Ableton has a live.
Ooh, Alden, get closer. You're Aiden. You're off mic, or you're using a different mic. It's not the right mic.
Ableton has a live mode.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying that like this is generally what I think of.
Actually, when you were first describing a DAW, Audacity is one of those things that also supports that kind of live mixing.
Audacity is a DAW
it's
in that
extremely
sense.
basic. But
yeah, I have pre-cut tracks and I'm stacking them. I mean, that's what I use for the podcast is Audacity because it's so simple. But like if I were to, so the stupid little songs that I make, I have DAW-less audio equipment. It's literally, they call it DAW-less because I can do everything in this little box and I can export it and then I can manipulate it and master it or whatever. DAW generally implies that you're taking either instruments coming in through a MIDI controller like a piano or a bass or whatever, or drums, and you're adding them as tracks that you stack together like Legos. Yes, you can call it a DAW, sure. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but really you're doing digital equalization, particularly for output audio going into your radio. Right? Does that make sense? Am I saying the right thing?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. He's got a blog to post that's really good at explaining all of the stuff he's doing. It's more simple than trying to work your way through a video. But
by the way, that Audio Banana or whatever, it's a very good app. It's very good. I was using that when I was still in the other stream area, and I had a couple of mics, and I was only piping in audio via USB into the 7300. That does work.
Did KMRD leave? Because I feel like KMRD would know.
Yeah, he left.
See,
That's
really,
why
all
we-
you don't.
that's why
So
we're
you
on
don't
this
even really
conversation.
need. You don't even really need the DAW part of it. What you need is like a plugin for the DAW that does parametric EQ and compression.
Yes.
You don't need the DAW part because that's for recording.
But even Ableton does that out of the box.
Meaning,
yeah, but will it?
You don't need.
Will it pass low latency audio from like a microphone and then into the radio without creating like significant latency or
that's a good
bogging your
question.
computer down unnecessarily?
Depends on your setup and what kind of audio interface you're using.
That's a good question.
If you're using a virtual audio interface, there can be a lot of lag, especially if you're really slamming your computer's.
Yeah, I can see that.
USB.
Yeah, and he's real specific about how much latency he gets when he's doing this, but he's got it down to where he's basically right now the sound cards that he's using in and out of the computer are just those $7 sound cards.
That's like, okay, yes, what he's saying is true. His results is proof in the pudding, but this is not like audiophile crazy stuff. If he's using
because you
$7
can't-
Sabrent
yeah,
USB,
but you can't transmit that kind of audio out of an amateur radio on SSB.
Yes, I can.
So
what do you mean?
No, you're limited. Watch his video.
You're talking
I am
about the
not
highs
gonna
and
go into that.
you're talking about
the highs
bandwidth.
and lows.
Okay,
right,
sure.
right, that bandwidth, and you can at 4K. So if you're transmitting at 4K to 6K, yes, you can.
But
enhance have enhanced audio.
I'm just talking about quality stuff. Like my audio interface that connects to my microphone and brings my audio into my computer. I am a trash human when it comes to all this stuff. I'm not that crazy about audio. I think most people know that I peak all the time. I've gotten much better, but I'm not trying to min-max the world of audio. I literally have the hardware to do it if I wanted to go down that road. But I don't know that I would say that a $7 USB sound card is where you start that path. I'll be honest. I don't think that's
not
Don,
if you're doing.
What
not
mic
if you're
are
doing
you?
that
What
kind
mic
of
are
one.
you intending to use? That plays a factor here too.
Well, look at his mic. Evan, just go look.
You're talking about emulating this guy specifically. That's what you're.
That's
trying
what
to do?
he's talking
Okay,
about.
here,
All
look at his
I'm
mic.
doing, I'm just asking, what is he doing that's so special?
Is it a Heil?
Not gonna.
It
I'm
can't
not
be a
gonna do
Heil
it.
because a Heil is a front. What do they call that?
I don't.
He's using
I'll look at
voice meter. Okay.
Front blast. Yeah, he's using voice meter banana. That's
Okay,
his EQ.
so yeah, voice meter banana. That looks fine. That's exactly what you want.
A lot
That's
of
exactly what you
streamers
want.
use that like, on Twitch and
It's
stuff.
it's
and
good.
he's using. I don't
Right.
even.
He's got a full rack even. Like
He's using an AKG P220, and that's probably way more expensive a mic than you would have to make good use of that.
the dude's got a full freaking rack. He's probably
But-
doing much more.
But he's not even doing the rack. That's what Don's saying. He's literally taking the audio that he's coming out. So we're talking transmit audio. He's taking the audio from the mic, getting it into the computer. He's audio bananing it, and then outputting that into his 7300.
So no,
That's what he's doing.
his QRZ says that rack is his TX audio.
Actually, that's
but that's for the
Oh.
Anna, not for the 7300.
Don, that
Oh.
that microphone actually is not. That's a cheaper AKG. That's only $175. So you could get a decent USB mic or an XLR mic with an interface and use voice meter banana and do pretty much almost exactly what he's doing, or at least close enough to not be detectable on HF. as to any differences between the two.
He has good audio. I'm not taking anything away from it. I think we're just trying to kind of unravel it a bit. And
well, his audio, and there's 2 or 3 guys that he talks to that are basically doing this same kind of audio, and basically this is what's called ESSB, which is it's enhanced SSB. It's not extended SSB. So like the other night, like Evan, you heard us when we were doing 4K. He does 4K too, but then he pumps this kind of audio in there, which can handle more ups and highs and lows of the human voice, and he's making sure that those highs and lows are getting in there cleanly by pumping it out and back in. And he is using some kind of parametric device between the 2 sound cards to process the audio. But even that is about $200.
That's audio, but that audio meter could be doing most of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and I'm pretty sure. So if excuse me, if he's not doing it in that program, there's probably VSTs or plugins that you can run inside that program that will do that, and add that capability. And just so you know, Don, real quick too, in live stream, I posted the mic that I'm talking to you on right now has kind of a really stripped down version of that as well that I'm talking to you on.
Are you on a Shure, an SM7B?
I'm using an MV7, which is the budget
SM7. It sounds kind of close to it.
It's supposed to. It's supposed to be the poor man's SM7B, but with it has an XLR out and it has a USB out. It does both. Hayden uses this mic.
The SM7B it feels like when I hear someone with an SM7B, it sounds like they're in a padded room. It sounds like they're surrounded by pillows. Like everything is.
Does mine sound that way? I have
really.
I have mine set to be a little bit more bitey.
It is bitier. Yeah.
Yeah.
SM7Bs are more like that. They're more flat.
Yeah. So I have presence turned on. I'm running a compressor at medium. I'm running a limiter.
Yeah.
I'm using a presence boost on the EQ. Now, if I go to flat,
you also have a bit of a buzz. There's like a.
Oh. This is a flat EQ, so it's a little bit bassier.
Are you running a 3D printer in the background by chance?
Or computer? No, I'm not.
Okay. It sounds like a very slight stepper motor sound in the background. I don't know what
I can't pick it up like
that. I'm not disputing it. I'm not sure what it's from. I've tried to replicate it and get rid of it.
Sounds like crickets or frogs or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the mic I use on the Flex is a Blue Yeti. I know that's not high quality, but it works for me.
Because that's a dynamic mic, but it's those are good quality.
Yeah, it's the USB mic that I run into my computers.
I mean, if you ask KMRD, there's only one to rule them all. It's an SM58. So.
Yeah, because he could beat a guy to death and still use it to make a ham radio contact after. I mean, because those are indestructible microphones.
Yeah, if you want to see, high quality microphones, look at the ones that Callum uses.
I have a high quality microphone right here. Actually, in the podcast, we still use SM7Bs. The podcast is all SM7B.
Yeah. Well, what does anybody remember what that one that Callum runs? That's like a $750.
It's the one that's ribbed for his pleasure.
Exactly. Well, there's two of them.
Audio Technica. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
No, I think it starts RE something.
It's the one
maybe it's the
tiny little grill and then lots of ribbing.
Electro Voice RE20.
It's an Electro Voice, but I don't know what the number is.
That's it. Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, but that's literally the same price as an SM7B, and maybe 100 more than this one, the PR40. But this mic is totally different from those. SM7B is like for musical performance, from my point of view. I think that's it. There it is. Chris just dropped
that's his less expensive one. Yes.
Electro Voice RE20 broadcast. It's a very good microphone.
You want to sound like NPR though? You need a Heil.
No, I don't want to sound
like NPR.
But
the problem I have is that you have to get in there and step on this a lot. And then when we're doing the Discord and we have all these other audio feeds and I'm trying to do Zoom and all that stuff, I always get told like I'm too low, because when I EQ this out and I start getting like the balanced audio where, you know, you're appropriately peaked in where you want to be, then I'm flatter because I'm me. I'm talking on this system. Like if I had two other people with me and we were all on this, we'd all be mastered or balanced similarly. But then I'm on Zoom and Skype and all these other things, and it throws that all out of whack, and you come in with these crazy high, really narrow compressed audio streams, and then it sounds like I'm really low. So that's the difficulty of all this. It's just it gets so crazy. Audio is nuts, man. Bob turning this into a profession is like, holy smokes, man. The guy must be just a genius to deal with all this crap, because I'm like, man, get me out of here. I just want to use it. How do I just use this and get on with it? I want to sound good and move on.
Yeah, exactly. And my ears are not good enough that I can tell the difference. And that's the thing. I think somebody like Bob, and I knew some guys when I was in band. In fact, there's one of them that still plays quite regularly, and you know their ears were just second to none. And I'm sorry, I can't tell the difference. I won't even listen to music anymore. I just hate it so bad because I can't hear it. I don't hear it. It doesn't.
Oh,
it doesn't. Yeah. To me, there's no difference between one thing and the other, and so it's just not. It doesn't do anything for me, and that's like pretty much all kinds.
So how do I sound right now? Is this okay? Like, do I sound okay on the street?
But,
like, am
but
I
I'm not a good judge.
okay? Well, okay, let other people dive in there. Do I sound okay? Am I too?
Your audio is very good. The problem that you have, to be completely honest, when you get excitable, you start clipping.
Yeah, because it's just
it's very.
I have
bright.
a compressor on too. I have a compressor.
Yeah,
on.
it's very, very bright, and when you get excitable, it starts to clip.
Yeah, you get it. I see higher peaks.
I have a limiter set too.
Evan is very even and very deep, like very, very mellow. But
That's my problem.
You have
I'm
your
all
peaks.
over the place. Yeah.
You get your peaks, but it's not too bad.
I have a limiter set, but if you hit a limiter, it's still going to sound distorted when you hit it.
I don't see distortion. I just hear you. I think your volume peaks, and like Evan's, I think keeps more of a flatter volume, while yours is like more a peaky volume when it hits.
Oh, peaky volume. That's the new period piece coming out of the UK. It's about some gangsters that wear flappy hats, blinders, and with razor blades on the back, but they're all audio guys. It's called
Netflix would probably buy that.
Where do I have this set to? What's my threshold? Oh, that's probably why. Is that why? Let's set the Where's my limiter? Let's set it to 3 dB. How's that? Is that better? Am I still speaking?
You got to give us an audio.
Audio.
Yeah.
Is that good?
I think that sounded better.
Okay. I think my limiter was too loose. It was too close to 0.
You have a wide dynamic range.
I do. Well, because I admit, I get like really loud. And when I do that, so that's, okay. Again, for people that don't know, I grew up, my dad was a Vietnam crew chief, and that was back when the Air Force in Vietnam did not like care about ear protection or anything like that. So when my dad came back home, and I was born basically in 1982, his ears were shot, and he started working commercial aircraft. And yeah, he had ear protection then, but their ears back then were just destroyed. Yeah. And so I grew up just projecting everything that I do, and most of the time I don't need to, but then when I get excited, I just go 20 dB up, just way above what I should be at any time.
See, Joe Brett's still here.
Well, because we started talking about audio, now Joe Brett's back in. Joe Brett, just get back in the chat, man. Just put your earbuds in. You don't have to talk, man. You can just hear us. Because he may be, he's got family stuff he's got to deal with.
And by the way, Don, your audio was pretty good the last couple times I'd listened to it. There was when you first switched over to the Sun, SDR, it was real rocky. But whatever changes you have made since then, it's quite pleasant lately.
Yeah, I was using the same technique then that I was using on the Flex, which was to use the Yeti through it, and I found out like it would do it would use a standard Yaesu microphone. So what I went to a Heil headset. So I'm running a Heil headset.
It sounded pretty good.
What
the
is
last
it?
few weeks.
Yes, the one I'm running is a Pro Set Elite.
The Heil headsets don't have quite the broadcast quality or dynamic range of an actual mic because the mic itself is so tiny. They sound very good for what they are, but it's a compromise. So I mean, if you're
it's a
audio
Heil.
yeah, but if you're trying to get broadcast audio at like 4K width, you may be kind of capped out on what it can do until you go with a different mic. You're probably aware of that.
I was only doing 4K just for fun. I don't plan on doing it regularly.
I was saying I would hope it'd be decent for what it is. After all, you you pay for it.
I mean, Heil has some headsets that are pretty affordable. They have kind of like an economy line and a bougie line, right?
Yeah.
And the bougie ones or the mid-tier ones all sound pretty good for what they are. It's just you have a limited range that it can handle because it's such a tiny microphone element, right? Like the element on the mic I'm talking to you guys on is probably twice the size of the one in a Heil headset.
Probably. And by the way, you always sound good.
It's like
So
the
does
'90s
Alek, too.
It's like the '90s Corolla of headsets.
I think also it comes down to just the natural voice people have, right? Like Leo Laporte, he uses PR40s, right? On all of his twit stuff, and Leo just has the radio voice. I don't have the radio voice, so we hear him talking to this, where it's flat and even and controllable, and you know exactly what's going on when he's talking. You can do a lot with that.
More like Chevy truck.
Right, or Chevy trucks built.
It's Chevy Truck Month.
Marlboro Red time. Everybody smoke up. No, I mean Leo Laporte. You all know what. Hopefully, you all know what I'm talking about when I say that. There's just some voices that are actually better sounding on other microphones. I just think that's just the reality of it.
If you want to worry about what's actually going out into the radio and out over the air, you've got to concern yourself with what it sounds like between 300 and 3,000 hertz, because that's about the only thing that's going to end up being modulated very well.
Right.
You can drop the floor down a little bit further to about 100 or 200, but you gotta worry about okay, what am I doing between that and about 3,000, because you're up against modulation limits.
But at what bandwidth? Because when you increase bandwidth, that actually increases.
Oddly enough, I think the people that care most about the super high quality audio on ham radio, which cracks me up because it's single freaking sideband, guys. They're like rag chew folks. They're all rag chewing, right? For me, I want to have audio that may not be as perfect, but will punch through a pile up. I want I want a good amount of compression that will be just peaky enough that gets into the ears of the person that's listening. I don't care so much with that super wide bandwidth audio for people that are just hanging out chatting. That's like 80-meter voice to me. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's great. If people pursue that, that's awesome. I just want more of I want to get my contact made and then get on with it.
Well, that's for the rag chew, pleasant to listen to.
Right.
Type of thing.
Yeah.
Rather than the noticeable.
Right, and they're the far end of the spectrum, because are the AMers. The AMers put multi-thousands of dollars into their equipment so that it sounds like studio quality AM broadcasts used to sound. And one of the ways they do that is they literally go out and buy the old stuff and refurbish it. I mean, that's what Joe Walsh does. That's his fun, and that's his fun. And Bob Heil has helped him with some of that stuff, but even the stuff that Bob has is not that, getting that AM sound from like the 40s. You really need to go to that 1940s equipment to do it.
Yeah, Mr. Carlson from the YouTube channel, Mr. Carlson's Lab.
Yeah.
He's got an old, I don't know what the company is. It starts with an H. It's a couple letters long. I don't remember the company, but it's this big, huge steel. It's like the size of a. It's like
Big
the size
McLarge
of like
huge? Is it Big
like,
McLarge huge?
Yeah, it's like the size of a 40U server cabinet, and it's like a 100-watt transmitter.
Yeah,
and it's this giant AM transmitter that he converted to ham operation.
Well, the one time I saw it, and it was Bob Heil was actually walking around, or he was not in Joe's house, but he was talking to Joe, and Joe was walking around with a camera and showing his equipment. Joe has a about the size you're describing, like a 42U cabinet of a Collins radio, and it's a Collins AM radio, and I mean that thing. It's a white and red painted cabinet, and it looks like it came off the factory floor. And he said that's his AM station, and yeah, he's put a lot of money, or somebody's put a lot of work into it, whether it's Joe or somebody else, put a lot of work into restoring and or keeping up that Collins cabinet.
It takes a while to get them, up and running, but they're like built like tanks, so they rarely ever fail. They're meant to go in like a non-climate controlled, humid, dry, shack that's exposed to the elements that doesn't get visited very often.
Well, that guy that was on the HRCC net last night, W0AD, I think, or N0AD. He
This guy was
has
Zed who was just smoking everybody.
Well, yeah, but the N0AD has one of those amplifiers. It's like the size of a small filing cabinet. Yeah, I can't remember. It starts with an H, but it's one of the older tube
Henry.
amps. Henry, that's right. He had a Henry, and I mean, and like I said, after the deal, he and I talked for probably 2 hours, and that amplifier just sounds beautiful.
Oh, I just realized. So, Mr. Carlson's transmitter, it's not whatever H thing I was talking about. It's a Gates transmitter, is what it was.
A what?
Gates, Golf Alpha Tango Echo Sierra.
I'm gonna take this minute to run to the restroom. I will be right back.
Sorry, my internet is terrible. I'm in western South Dakota right now, which is famous for its terrible self-service.
You should start making contacts with people so they can get those contacts.
Yeah,
you should start doing that right now.
You'd be popular right now.
Yeah. You're going to start making cues. Get on FT8
Make contacts
right now.
and confirm, and you will be a celebrity on the bands.
Right meow. Right meow.
Are you talking to me? I don't
Yes. South Dakota.
Yeah, dude. Any Dakota is
all
highly
the
sought
Dakotas.
after. All the Dakotas.
What about Wyoming?
Yeah, also not good. Yeah, also yes.
There's
I was
like
just in Wyoming.
There's
I
like
was
6
just in Wyoming
hams
4
there,
hours
only two
ago.
of them. There's like
Anywhere in
6 hams there, and only 2 of them confirm.
I will be right back. Chat.
I was.
I'll be right back.
I was in Wyoming. I was in Wyoming 4 hours ago, probably. So.
Well, the other thing is the QSO party. Isn't it South Dakota QSO party right now?
Oh, is that now? I saw a video of that like a couple of years ago. I don't know when that happened.
I was hearing them on the air this afternoon. Now I don't know if they were participating in somebody else's, or if it was South Dakota QSO party. See, that's the way. If you're going to work all states, just wait for the QSO parties. And Rhode Island, by the way, if you ever have trouble getting that one, they have a QSO party. And I've worked them several times, Rhode Island, and they've confirmed. I've got South Dakota too. I basically have all 50, but the thing is, Josh said he had all 50 states. You need 5-band 50 states. Come on.
Those of you who have gotten South Dakota, was it W0SD by any chance?
I I'd have to look.
I think it is, at least for my college club. Yeah, it is.
That is a crazy fucking guy. I'm gonna post a picture of it. He's got this yard, and there's probably like 8 or 9 towers that are at least 50 feet. Some of them are like 100, 150 feet tower. He's like 90, but he still climbs them. It's insane. He is probably the most active ham, probably in this region of the Midwest. But let me post a picture of it. This is like immediate. Just post it in this channel chat, I guess, if I can do that. Nope. Off topic, I'll put it there.
Wonder what his power bill is.
I don't know. I mean, he's retired, so I don't know. Maybe he can get the. Maybe he's honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah, the guy with the Henry amp probably has a pretty good sized power bill too.
All right, I'm posting a picture of his antenna towers set up in Off Topic. You want to have a look at that? Look at all those beams.
Who?
That's W0SD. He's probably South Dakota's, or for that matter, the Midwest's most active ham. If you get South Dakota, it's probably him.
Yeah, that's who I got. I actually looked. I've got 3-band, and I'm one short of having 4-band worked all states.
But yeah, I got to get that general.
Do it. It's not hard.
Yeah,
I know, but I got to get the incentive to do it, which I think I do have now. But I think I'm going to go through probably Glarg since I'm technically a student. So,
yeah, the South Dakota I got on 30 meters is K0HKO.
K0. You know, I think I've heard of him too. He probably checks in on the SD Link nets. Is probably where I've heard of him.
And I didn't know I had 80 meter worked all states.
Ooh. Oh, I'm laying on my plywood.
You have 80 meters on FT8 or
worked all states. I don't probably FT8
mixed. Probably some mixed mode.
I think it's digital.
I was gonna say, dude, 80 meters FT, like worked all states, 80 meters single sideband seems like a job,
especially if you're anywhere in the Middle East.
Yeah, my college club, we've been trying to get 80 meters worked all states on SSB for the better part of 50 years now, and we cannot get Hawaii.
How many years? 50?
50 years we have tried.
50?
50. We have literally logs dating back 50 years. We cannot get Hawaii on 15 or 80, and that is the only thing lagging us. And we have struggled for literally half a century, and it pisses all of us off.
What state are you in?
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
It's a shitty.
Okay, next time I go to
Wait,
Hawaii, I'll bring my radio with me and we'll try to hook up.
You're also in South Dakota?
No, I'm in Mississippi.
So let's talk about Jim Ferguson's radio story a little bit. Is he still posting videos? I haven't seen one in a while. Is he still out there doing that? Do you guys watch it? I know Joe Brett just posted a link that was the video there. This is an hour 45-minute long video, which is kind of rare from what I've seen. I don't know how long he's been doing it, but his videos are just him making QSOs, which is actually kind of cool if you've ever watched them before. I can't say that I'm going to sit there through the entirety of most of his stuff, but does anybody actually have you followed him or listened to him or tried to chase him on the air before? Anybody? I have.
No.
Okay. No. All right. Never mind. He's on YouTube.
That would be a no.
Go check him out. Okay. Sorry, Joe Brett.
He's not the guy, Josh. He's not the guy from New Mexico, right? That's always on 20 and 40. They're always trying to Tweak your audio settings.
Oh no, that guy is the best guy on earth. That is
K0DOB.
That is the best ham. He is literally okay. So anybody who doesn't know this guy, he like knocks down my, because he's local to me. He knocks down my doors at like 10 over whenever I hear him, if not higher. Older dude, literally has a binder full of radios, and he will get on the air with you and ask you what mic you're using and what radio you're using, and will help you over the air tune your transmit audio to make it sound as good as possible. And he'll talk about if you're contesting or just he will walk through everything with you. This man is a ham radio saint. Like if we could saint, like canonize a ham radio operator, I would vote for him. What a cool guy, and service that guy's doing. Amazing.
Yeah, it's K0DOB, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's right, Jimmy. That's his name.
So cool. Everybody, have you all heard him or no? Is this new for a lot of you? What I'm saying? He blows down my door, so I can't imagine you not hear him. But that's such his radio.
Sorry, it's KA5DOB.
There you go.
I know he's in New Mexico. He's right next to me. And
I hear him most often on 20 meters. So for anybody who's not heard him before, I hear him most on 20 meters.
I've talked to him on 40. He actually, when the one time I talked to him, I was like, so can you help me set up my flex to sound better? And he goes, no, you have a flex? No, you're perfect. Don't worry about it. And then he went on to the next guy.
Wow, Dodd. Wow.
I know.
I think that was his way of saying I don't care about.
What is this r/? No. Is this r/ that really happened?
Yes, that really happened.
Sure, Dodd.
I'm serious.
Don, he was feeding your ego.
No, I was legit.
I really think they called them flex radios because everyone has to flex with.
Well, what he actually said was
contractually obligated.
What he actually said was, "Have you done anything to it?" I said, "No." He said, "That's what happens with flex radios. People try to do things to them. They have a lot of settings, and if you just leave them alone, they sound fantastic. Yours sound fantastic. Don't do anything to it. That's all you need to do. Whatever you've done or haven't done, I would suggest not doing anything, and it'll sound perfect. You sound perfect."
Well,
so that's exactly what he said.
Maybe it's Don's voice and not the flex.
Don, you do have a good voice for radio. This is not about you at all. Like nothing personal about you. You do have a good radio voice from my point of view. It's
I've got a good
relatively
face for radio.
It's relatively you've got a good balance that you keep, and it sounds good. Generally,
Yeah.
you always like hearing your voice.
Yeah, to me, I sound like a little kid, but okay.
No, not at all. No, I don't think you sound like a little kid at all. With that said, with my flex radio, the only thing I did was I put on the factory spoiler and I attached a cup holder. That's what I did to my flex radio.
Don't worry, we have no problem telling you're old. You don't sound like a kid.
Yeah, that's good because I swear. But anyway, okay.
Yeah, you don't sound like a kid.
The guy you needed to hear on the air was Don Wallace, W6AM. He had a rhombic antenna farm out on Rancho Palos Verdes. When he came on the air...
On PV? He had a rhombic in PV?
Yes. Rancho Palos Verdes, he had a rhombic antenna farm. When he came on the air, there was no competition.
You're talking about down by San Pedro, Southern California?
Yep, you got it, out on Rancho Palos
Where
Verdes.
did he have the land for that? Where's the land to put up a rhombic farm?
Out on Rancho Palos Verdes, put it up there.
He must have been at the top, like the peak top dollar property out there. That PV is so expensive. So expensive.
When he died, that land went for a fortune.
Oh, okay. All right, so he got in early. All right. My God.
He was there decades ago. If you do some searching, you'll see a video of him. It was done sometime around the mid-1980s. Oh, when he came on the air with those rhombics running, a full gallon, there was nothing he couldn't climb over.
Jeez.
That's literally almost an island right before you get into the Pacific Ocean, right at the kind of, it's literally almost like an elbow into Long Beach. that just juts out and is a mountain. And there's houses all built up on the mountain. There is no place to put antennas up there now. So that all got parceled out probably. But holy smokes, that guy, what a beast.
What was his call?
So that's
Whiskey 6 Alpha Mike. His name was Don Wallace.
You know, that's something that should go on my bucket list. I live in a state where people are trying their best to sell their land. You know, property value is pretty low because it's just flat land where I'm from. I'm from the eastern side where there's just nothing. That's one of these days.
Like
one of these days. All right, one of these days.
Yeah, it looked like a telephone pole farm.
There's a picture of it's his QSL card, and it's got the outline of that land, and then where all of the rhombics are set up.
That's nuts.
It's nuts.
Just driving down this empty, barren, flat land of grass and field, and then you see this metal jungle gym off in the distance. I think that'd be cool to see.
You had to be around to hear him on the air. I mean, those who came, after his era, really don't know what they missed.
Sounds like it. I mean,
There's one guy out
you're never
in
going to
Kansas.
see anything like that out here again.
No, there's still there's well, at least not in California. There's a guy in Kansas who still has a rhombic farm.
No,
Of
not
course
in
it's
PV,
Kansas.
though.
Of course
Not
it's
on-
Kansas. Right.
Not in PV. PV is like I don't even know how to.
He had
It's
24
like
acres.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what that looks like now in PV. PV's insane.
Well, he also had the advantage of looking out over the water, which has extreme conductivity to provide the ground plane for it.
Oh, I dropped that his QSL card in there with the plot of the land on it.
I saw that, Don. That's crazy.
That's crazy. That many rhombics in all different directions.
Yeah, he could switch those rhombics around in terms of the direction of propagation. So, I mean,
I love
if
it.
somebody came on the air, he wanted to work, nobody was going to get in his way.
Oh, did he have like a selector to choose between the antennas?
He had to have. Well,
Yeah,
go look at the photo.
Wait,
He could probably phase some of them. I bet he probably had something that could phase
I was
some of them.
I was gonna ask, did he have like match tune networks or anything like that, or what?
He might have.
Yeah, he's got.
So most likely, with large rhombics, it's actually really easy to feed them with. Oh shit! I went blank. It's actually really easy to feed them with ladder line. Because if you start getting into multiples of wavelength of your top band, so like say you build a rhombic for 160, which is fucking massive, might I add. You can then tune them around, and you get multiple wavelengths per leg, which then tunes up, and then your gain is absolutely massive. Just based off.
We are live on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, just based off of how much, when you get so much gain, especially on, so like 160 meter rhombic tuned on 20 with ladder line, is you're getting like some theoretical 38 dB or something. But a lot of people who have them, they'll put like 5 out in, or 4 in like your cardinal directions. And then if they want to feed towards like northwest, then they'll actually phase together north and west. And by weird antenna shit. By weird antenna shit.
I am live on YouTube and Twitch. That's why I was saying that.
Can't curse.
Mind the expletives.
The ladder
my
line
bad.
is the
You're good,
traditional
you're
way
good.
of feeding stuff like that.
Here are 7 words you should never say on live TV.
Earmuffs.
Yeah, and
Hey, let's check into WinLink. You guys keep talking.
He's apparently. He said he's on a 1,200-foot hill overlooking the Pacific Ocean, which is 2 miles away. He has 15 rhombics, 1 curtain antenna on 120 acres.
You think what would happen if I, like, say, hypothetically, bought a mountaintop in the middle of nowhere in western South Dakota and just set up a rhombic farm there? You know, what would happen? You know,
You would be one of the most popular stations on HF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would get all of the contacts.
And the ladies,
Everybody
of
would
course.
love you.
Yeah.
Yes.
What would be interesting is to find out what he was doing that he had that much money to put that kind of equipment up. But
He might have just been like the first person out of PV that was like, no, this is going to be big in the future. Because if you think about, like, for those that aren't familiar with the area, like you literally are bordering San Pedro, which is not a great area, and it's by the shore. It's the port of Long Beach, basically. It's all that whole area. PV is literally, the border is just this crazy industrial port complex. And it's a nightmare to get in and out of there. There's like 2 roads in and out, but people that live there just absolutely love it. It's stupid expensive. It's stupid expensive.
Yeah, 120 acres right now would probably go for what, $30 billion or something stupid like that.
Millions
in that area.
Millions of dollars.
Yeah,
millions and
yeah.
millions. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be more than millions. It would be billions for that price.
Well,
120
billions?
acres
I don't know
in
about
PV.
billions, but 120
In PV?
120 maybe. Yeah, actually, maybe.
Yeah,
That's
his
kind of
first
nuts.
call-
Yeah.
His first call sign was 6OC, 6 Oscar Charlie, in 1913.
Oh, so he's a real
Real
OM.
old, real OM.
Real
Yeah,
OM.
yeah, yeah.
As soon as you said it
He's
started
like
with a
he-
number, my radio club originally started in 1925 with the call sign 8 Foxtrot Tango.
Real
So,
OM.
so
He was
so-
he was using he was using he was using the Marconi gear in his.
well, yeah, he was licensed
Probably
at
actually built
6
it
a.m.
himself.
in 1928.
We call those real OM hours he's running.
Yeah, and he, by the way, he attended Hamline University.
Who didn't?
Mr. Hands, please mute yourself. We don't need to hear your.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry if I said that. The push to talk on mobile keeps getting stuck on, and I don't know why that happens.
Because it's mobile.
Oh, we're in, folks. We're hacking the Gibson. Here we go. With the $60
Yeah,
laptop.
He went silent key in 1985.
Right. And apparently there's a thing in this article about him, or when they parsed his land
that's it.
out and built, quote, luxury homes on it.
Yep.
Only 83 homes.
Only 83 homes where he used to live. That's right. Only 83 luxury homes.
Yeah, I was living in Southern California when he passed away, and that was a big deal.
Yeah, it says now just a year after Wallace's death at 86, a partnership headed by a developer, Ronald Florence, who is also a Palos Verdes Estates city councilman, has purchased his property for an undisclosed price. That
You too could prevent the chopping up of an antenna farm.
And then they
Is there an ASPCA for antennas? Is there an ASPCA for antennas? I feel like this is a cause we should get behind.
In the arms of the angels.
Yeah, it's called PETA.
Cue
People's
the
Antennas.
Cue the Sarah McLaughlin.
Wow. They apparently used his site as a major World War II communications.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
I bet you he could hit any battleship in the Pacific on any given day of the week of just like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk to the Iowa now.
First came that guy, then came AT&T long lines.
The U.S. Navy was jealous of his comm setup.
Probably so.
They lured from.
You're in the Navy now, boy.
Well,
Hey, Josh, what's that base near there? Isn't there a base down the road in San Pedro?
Los Angeles. L.A. base is the only one I know of, but that I wouldn't call that a base. That's way down south.
No, there's one near that kids beach, Cabrillo Beach. There's that little base area right there.
Is that Monterey?
Monterey, no.
No, Monterey was the home of the 7th Division.
It's not a big base, if anything. I wouldn't get too excited about that.
I think there was something in Long Beach.
There's a naval base down in oh man,
Yeah, but this is
I
on the side
literally
where
live there. I literally live
near Point Fermin. It's right near there.
That's a small.
Yeah,
That's a small base.
Look at that mobile radio setup.
Just look at it.
Well, look at the size of the radio in the dash.
Well, yeah, they didn't make it much smaller than that in the 50s.
Was that the 50s? That could have even. Yeah, I guess it was.
Guessing. I'm just guessing.
Looking
by
at
the car and the photo.
yeah, you're probably right. I mean, after all, that's how we used to have to dress to go to work, right?
I always wear a bowler when I go to work now.
Right. I mean,
where's the picture?
It wasn't that big of a deal that the radios were small because the cars were also massive. you could fit an entire HF rig in there.
That's a six.
Yeah, it's a late '60s Cadillac or something, like an Eldorado.
No,
where's the picture?
Pontiac.
It's in the Discord, or it's in the live stream chat.
Or it's an old '98 convertible.
And if you're looking for the live stream chat, I don't know if they fixed it, but don't go to the one that says live stream after chat and click on that little chat button. We don't use that one.
I see, yeah.
We don't use that here, boys.
Nope. Loyal was supposedly going to take it away.
Well, yeah, it's so Josh doesn't have to look at 4 chats at the same time because it's synced between YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, I can't. There's too many things going on. Oh my God! Thank you so much. Save the endangered Rombix, or we'll have to involve Sarah McLaughlin.
Freaking amazing! That's getting a pin.
That's
getting
pin
a pin.
That one. Oh my God, that's so good.
Sarah who?
Sarah McLaughlin? Oh, okay. So here,
see the video.
Yeah, here.
I'm English. I don't know.
I'm gonna get demonetized for trying to play this right now. But hold on, where are we at?
This usually, you got to find the one with the what is it, ASPCA or whatever.
Yeah, it just has to be. No,
it's gotta have the sad puppy dogs.
No, I don't want. Yeah, it's just like
this is not.
It. Now in the arms of the angels. I have to talk over this, otherwise it's not. It's just about.
Hi, I'm
Sarah.
The cat that has tears.
No, it's got to be the one that's like in the arms of the angels. That one. That's the one.
Everybody's favorite funeral song.
Here we go. I found it. Hold on.
That's the one.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going?
Hey, did you guys know that Kent Johnson, W7AOR, passed away?
I just posted it, by the way.
W7AOR? W7AOR. Why do I know?
The Papa system?
Dude, the Papa system has been going through some stuff right now, from what I heard. There's some stuff going on with the Papa system.
Yeah, and the Western Reflector and all that.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on right now. Is that Shorty?
No, it was W7AOR, Kent Johnson. And this is Tom, AF7J, by the way.
Hey, Tom, how you doing? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, that's news to me right now.
Yeah, his funeral was today. He passed away on the 25th.
Wow.
Last month, so.
I was going to say, he passed away Sunday.
Wind system is a big repeater system out here, and it takes a lot of time to be able to build something like that, so.
Yeah, well, there was the wind system is a big one, and then the Western Reflector is a big system too, and then there's the East Coast Reflector.
Yeah, that site that thing that I just posted there is actual color photographs of his rhombics.
Oh, wow.
Out in the field.
Dude, I'm looking at them now. It's freaking wild, dude.
Mm-hmm. And then there's another one where they're going through a shack, and that's unbelievable.
Yeah, I need to find. There's another shack I need to find. There's a guy on TikTok that bought a ham radio operator's house, and this guy had this entire room of, like, I'd say it's probably late 70s, early 80s ham gear, And I mean, it occupies an entire room, and everything is built into these gorgeous wood cabinets, and everything is perfectly labeled, and there's wall, mounted connectors for everything. I saved one of the videos. I need to find it. But this guy's not a ham, bought the place, and one entire room has all this vintage ham and audio gear from the late 70s, early 80s in it. It is unreal.
So I'd like to point out for people that don't know, like, Southern California very well, there was a time where Southern California had more cows than people. The town I'm in, Cerritos, is cow town. There was way more.
South Dakota still does and always has.
Right, but so people understand, like, even up until the 70s, late 60s, it was mostly cow property. Like, there wasn't a ton of, like, what you're looking at here is kind of like what California is supposed to look like without all the humans involved. So this is on top of, like, a hill, like a big hill.
And then the hippies moved in there and ruined it all. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
the rich boomers all came in with their hippie money and bought out all the property. So this is like what my town used to look like at close to sea level. This was way higher than sea level, though, right? So that's kind of like what Southern California looked like back in the day.
California was part of the Wild West until
up
through the 70s, pretty much.
Until freaking Hollywood.
I grew up in the Bay before Silicon Valley was like really a thing.
The Bay is much older, though, because you actually had the buildup because of the Coolie influence and all that stuff of actually building out the railroad system and whatnot. Because a lot of that was the two ends of the railroad march. One started in San Francisco Bay Area.
I remember like Sunnyvale was like a small podunk town. Now it's like you got AMD, everybody. Google's right down the street. Like, I remember when Apple was just the only big name in town back in that day.
Yeah.
So what's going on tonight there, Josh?
Right now, I'm just playing some FT8. We were doing some audio stuff, and now I connected my new favorite radio. My new favorite radio, which is a huge flex on everybody. I hate to say it. I'm so sorry. My Kenwood D74. Oh my God. That radio is so cool. I love it so much.
Yeah. The Kenwood D74, is that the one that's not in production anymore?
Yeah, and they all go for $800 plus if you find them on eBay.
Yeah.
I got really lucky and I found one. So HRO in Anaheim had two that showed up the day that I went in to pick up the Yaesu 710 to do the review of it and take it home. The guy that's the manager now who took over for Janet is like, hey, some dude showed up and he had two Kenwoods. And I'm like, two Kenwoods? What kind of Kenwoods? He was like, he had two 74s. And I'm like, right now you have them? He's like, yeah, they're right over there. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry to say you're going to have to get one of them for me because I'm going to buy it. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to have to buy that. He's like, how much? I'm like, how much are they? He's like, $550. And I'm like, that's a steal of a deal right now. I could turn it around and make $300 right now if I wanted to.
Oh, wow.
Which I'm not going to because it is a freaking great radio. This radio is so awesome. I love it. I wish I would have bought one. I wish I would have bought one when it was still on the market.
Yeah, the blind community really likes that one too.
Really?
Because of the fact that it's accessible, yeah.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, with this radio, you can plug it into a computer and you can do all kinds of stuff to it, or you just do it over Bluetooth. It's like the 7. So if the 705, because if you think about the 74, it came out like 5 years, 6, maybe even close to 8 years before the 705 came out. It was doing that Bluetooth connectivity. Like, I have a serial port on my laptop for that radio. Like, right now, my $60 laptop, which is right there. $60 laptop is connected to the D74, and I'm just decoding packets over Bluetooth right now. I can't get a GPS fix, but those are all packets I picked up so far. Just awesome.
Yeah.
Such a cool radio.
That also does D-Star, right? Does D-Star?
It does, but I don't even care about that. I'm just in it for the packet radio and the APRS right now. I just think that's the coolest.
Kenwood
love
Kenwood
that.
has consistently executed APRS and packets so well, and it's a shame that none of the other ones have taken that up in their absence.
They were always the quirky brand. Like until like Alinco is the dollar value quirky brand. Kenwood was like the baller quirky brand, because they would literally make a handheld that wasn't a radio, that had a camera in it that could pivot like 180 degrees, and you'd plug it into a radio and it would do SSTV. Like that's some crazy like baller stuff. Like to have the confidence in a market as small as amateur radio that like, no, we're going to make something called the communicator. And you take the plug and you plug it into the radio, and then you take a picture of something, and it'll send it the audio, and the audio will key the radio, and the radio will transmit. It's like, that is some weird stuff. That's weird.
Yeah.
Like what?
If you go
how
back
big is your
5 to
market?
10 years, you go back 5 to 10 years, I kind of understand the cult of Kenwood. I kind of understand the Kenwood diehards.
I do.
From a few years ago.
I definitely do at the VHF UHF level. I don't get the HF too much. I know they're good. I know they're very good. But the VHF UHF stuff that Kenwood did was just bananas. And then they also dipped into Crazy Town with HF a little bit with like the TS2000. You could get the D72, which is a handheld I own, could do the Star Air Command or Star Command or whatever, and control the TS2000 and key it and change bands and frequencies and listen to the radio over it.
Still works on a 590.
But which handhelds work with it?
Oh, the same one.
72. The 74 doesn't do the Star Command, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
I'm not sure on that.
Because the guy...
I don't think they continued that feature. I think you're correct. That stopped at the 72.
The guy that was hosting the swap meet today, he was like, I'm really looking for a D72. And I'm like, oh, man, I got bad news. I have one, and I really like it, and I don't want to sell it. But it's the radio that interfaces with your TS2000 that he has in his crazy Willis Jeep thing that I have in another video. And technically, oddly enough, here's another YouTube video we'll pull up. We'll give a shout out to Julian and the HRO folks. So let's get out of here for a second. So I want to show off this this absolute beast of an off-road vehicle. Oh shit! I should have just left it over there. There it is. All right. So
you're streaming, Josh.
No, I know. Okay, wait. Okay. So look at the left-hand side. See this four-wheel drive vehicle? This Willis. It's a 59 Willis that has a 654 supercharger in it, and you can't see the back of it, but it's fully cooked up with radio gear. And Joe comes out.
I'm Radio Sensei, and
I'm gonna mute this. That's Joe right there. That's the guy that was hosting the swap meet today at his. He has an air gun shop in Huntington Beach, and we all went in front of his shop just to sell radios and stuff. And he was hanging out at HRO, and I saw his Jeep, and I was like, oh my gosh, dude, Joe, do you know that you're on Julian's video? And he's like, dude, I didn't know. It was pretty cool. Where is I actually have a video. Now I think about it. Good Lord. I have too many videos.
Yeah, I got a TH215 with the separate battery case. I left batteries in this battery case for 20 years, took them out, and it didn't even destroy the contacts. I just wiped them off with a bit of WD-40, and they were fine.
That's pretty impressive.
I don't know what the hell they made these battery contacts out of them, but they're amazing. Radio was no good, but oh well. Well, to be fair, it was a stupid legislation law in the UK that makes the radio no good. It's not that the radio don't work.
How far do I have to go back? I don't even remember when we did the video, but I went to a meetup. Went to a meetup down the street in the park, and he came, and I shot a bunch of video with it. Now I don't know when I did it. Oh my god, I don't even remember my own videos at this point. There's too many. This is a little bit ridiculous. Well, questions. If people have ham radio questions, bring them forward because I'm going to keep looking for this for a little bit. So we're all just waiting in bated breath for me to find this. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna ask a controversial question.
Oh, here we go. All right, Evan, let's go.
If you could only have one ID52 or D74, and I realize it's not really fair because
74.
one's still being manufactured and one's not.
74.
That's kind of what I always thought you were getting at.
Yeah, 74 would be my answer. And I think everybody knows that I'm pretty much on record for being a big APRS guy. I like packet radio. I could take or leave D-Star or any digital mode for that matter. I like analog radio. I like doing simplex. I'm not complicated in that sense. But
I'm really saddened that Yaesu is the only one that seems to even somewhat care about APRS.
And they don't.
I'm on the same boat with you.
They don't fully care because it's
I
not a
said
TNC.
somewhat.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Somewhat.
Yeah, you're right because you can't really you can't plug a computer into it, which is that just sucks, man. That sucks big time.
And yeah, I don't know because the other radio that I know of with a TNC in it would be the Alenco what is it?
DR135
or 435 or 235.
But that's an attachment. You have to get the add-on for that. It doesn't come stock that way.
Oh no, it does. I bought one.
Well,
it has the USB the serial port in the back of it to connect into the TNC.
But it doesn't have doesn't have a built-in TNC. It's not a true TNC. Like it is.
Oh
I guess
yeah,
you could do KISS with
that's
it.
what I'm. Yeah. You can do KISS and you can do packet and a few things like that, and it works really well as a Shari node. But it's not a full one, but it's the only thing that's close. Huh.
Doesn't that new Yaesu mobile, the 2-meter 441 that doesn't have wires and all that crap, doesn't that one also have the same data port in the back that you can go into a TNC with?
The 6000?
The 6000.
Yeah, doesn't that also have a data port on it?
That's it's okay. So data port can mean a lot of things. In that case, it's like an audio pass-through port. It's an ability to PTT the mic and push audio and receive audio. So that you could use that for doing like Vara FM, right?
Yeah. The reason I asked is because the Vara guys all either gravitated toward that radio or the Alenco, like the DR435 and similar. So I was curious.
Right, because it's like a pass-through. Because what they care about is a pass-through for audio more than anything. They just want to get that audio out of it, and they want to be able to PTT, which is the trick sometimes.
But yeah, I would really love to see APRS. I feel like it's weird to me that APRS, I feel like, is a banging mode with a solid following, and one of the big three kind of cares about it. Mm-hmm. And you've got one of the Chinese brands, i.e. Anytone, kind of caring about it. And even the execution of that's not that great. It's really sad because I think APRS is cool.
I think it's a fantastic mode. I think there's some licensing fees involved with using it that a lot of companies just don't want to. They don't want to play that game, and so that's why it continues to kind of languish a bit, and it is languishing to a degree, which is sad, I think.
Yeah.
Josh, have you checked out that answer server yet on APRS?
The what now?
The answer server. Remember, I think I DM'd you about it. Where you could send group messages?
I haven't. I can do bulletins, but I have not done that. So that's a good question. God, I don't know where that... We've definitely passed it, so I guess I don't even know where my own videos are now. Too many. There's too many damn videos.
Yeah, we do a weekly one on Thursdays, and the last check, I think we had like 211 check-ins throughout the world. That was pretty cool.
That is super cool. Congratulations on that. That's awesome.
Is that thing they do on? I mean, they're always showing the number of check-ins they got over APRS on Facebook.
Yeah, the HOTG hams on the ground, or What, APRS Thursday?
Yeah, APRS Thursday. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I could probably find it pretty quick.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just a group of us that started with like 10, and now it's grown into a couple hundred checking in every Thursday and sending messages to the group.
Yeah, so what, well, shoot. Is there like a website for it or anything like that we can pull up?
Besides
On Facebook, it's a group, APRS. It's just I think it's just the APRS group.
Can you send me the link or just drop it in the live stream chat?
How do you link a Facebook group?
Yeah, you just copy the URL when you're on the group.
Okay, I'll look because I'm a member of the group.
So, good question from AF7J. Is Bob Heil retired from Ham Nation? Yeah, I think that if you ever tried to tag Bob Heil with the moniker of retired, he would come back swinging, either physically or with his words. He's not retired from anything. He just decided to take some of his energy that he was focusing in Ham Nation and kind of let me take over to host it. Because if you think about Ham Nation, for the longest time, Bob was the host of Ham Nation when it was under Twit with Leo Laporte. And when Twit decided to let go of Ham Nation, Bob and I talked with the rest of the hosts. This was all a discussion we all had. And it was kind of basically decided that Bob and George wanted to kind of go off and do their own things. And many of them, obviously, Gordo and Amanda and Dawn, and we brought on others, Randy and Joe, and Valerie still comes back occasionally, but she's also really busy, decided that they still wanted to do it in some capacity. So, okay, great. I'll help. I'm happy to help. From Bob's standpoint, what he pointed his energy into was doing talks. So if you ask him how many talks he's done this year, hundreds of talks. He's doing multiple club talks, group talks every week. Whomever asks for his time. By the way, if you do have a ham radio club and you'd like to have Bob have a talk with you all, just contact him. He's very proactive in doing that. So he stepped into that role as being kind of his primary energy sink. And then recently, he hasn't retired from Heil Sound. His wife retired, and he is still the main, what does he call himself? I'm going to butcher his title. But he's still active in the development of Heil Sound and involved in the new projects that they're doing. So Bob is not retired. He is not retired in any form. I hope that helps. That was a long-winded way to answer your question, but I hope that helps.
There's links in the chat, and somebody posted an actual listing of the APRS Thursday.
Hey, here you go. So here you go, everybody with an APRS radio. Get in on APRS Thursdays, weekly net, from 0 to 23:35 UTC. The HOTG group on the announcement server ANSRVR. How? One-step process shown in example on the right as outlined below. Send the station ANSRVR with the message CQHOTG space, your message here. All properly licensed amateur radio operators, or all properly licensed amateur radio operators in the world. Great. I mean, a check-in is kind of you're really forwarding a message.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Instagram of ham radio is what we're doing right now. It's the Twitters.
I think it's, as I say, I think it's more the Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you can't do that on DPRS either.
No, this is proper APRS. That's the thing.
Why does ICOM do that?
But Yaesu does it too. They all do it. They all want you to be in their little bubble. And APRS is the answer. It's always been the answer. It is the answer.
With you, they're showing you an example on a Yaesu
Kyle,
radio.
get in the Kyle, get on the mic, man. Stop. Good.
Well, I sure hope we don't have any Motorola reps in here. They wouldn't be happy about that.
Why are they? Yeah, I was.
No, I mean all the stuff they've done in the past, all their little bubbles that they've had.
Kyle, you on mic? You got mic, Kyle? You want to get that mic going? Go ahead.
Smart Zone, I'm looking at you.
Well, I just got an 878, so an Anytone 878.
Oh God, finally they hit us. Yeah, that took a while for them to find me.
And I'm looking, I'm looking at the link for that group because I need to get the APRS working on it.
Dodgy Russian link in the chat.
I got it. Took them a while to find me. All this streaming I've been doing, this is the first time they hit me. It's pretty good, boys. It's pretty good.
So you start talking about packet, and then the bots attack you.
Let's start talking about pack. You trying
How
to go off grid with your communications, son? You're gonna get some porn bots.
How does that not happen on Twitch?
I don't know. Good. That's a great question.
Twitch.
Don.
More
Twitch
maybe
has-
maybe
Twitch
I think
has
they have
bigger-
a.
Twitch has bigger
Yeah, they-
problems, but Josh is probably not quite high profile enough to get it as often as he does on YouTube.
Well, I mean, they
Oh,
also
that's true.
they also have a they also have an auto filtering thing on Twitch too.
Yeah, but there's not that many people watching me on Twitch.
I'm
For those
watching
of
you on
us that are
both.
not watching the stream, what happened?
Nothing. We're all good.
Nothing happened.
I'm watching you on both, Josh.
Typical bot activity on YouTube these days.
All right, 20 meters is dead. Long live 20 meters. We're going to 40. Here we go. Nope, not 80. Relax. There we go.
Do we need to get the gun carriage and pull 20 meters through the heart of London?
Yeah, that's right. Kyle. Oh, he just unmuted himself. Kyle. You gotta set that
please
mic,
copy,
Kyle.
Kyle.
Gotta set that mic.
Kyle's still probably tired from
Kyle
his
joined us on
ham
the
workbench podcast where he's on there for 4 hours.
Oh, was he on? Well, did he do it today? Was this a?
Yeah.
No, it was last week or something.
Oh.
Nah, Kyle's a machine. He's got this.
Yeah.
I think he did stream today on the QSOL party.
Kyle, I will
According
anoint
to
you
YouTube,
with,
he only
no,
finished an hour and a half.
No PTT. Here we go.
He only finished an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, there you go.
YouTube, that is.
Kyle, you've been
I beg your pardon.
Vox allowed. If you go set Vox in the settings for Discord under audio.
It's his mic that's not working.
Audio.
I swear.
Just say flex a lot.
Or I guess it's voice and video. What a stupid voice.
Say please copy, and Kyle will magically appear. It's like
please
Bloody
copy,
Mary.
please copy, please copy, please copy. Kyle's gonna just his computer will just sort itself out if you say it enough.
Yeah. So Josh, about that answer server, we had a check-in supposedly from J8 call to that answer server, which was kind of interesting. I don't know how they did it though.
Over the internet?
I believe so, probably.
There's a JS8 call group, I believe, that relays to APRS.
You can at like APRS or something like that and format it. I guess you could format it hypothetically that way. Maybe I'll do it that way. I'll do the longboat way to get into the net.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm here.
40 strat. Oh, there's Kyle. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you? I just got back from the bar watching the Cardinals lose. Oh, I feel
Everybody thought
pathetic.
you were doing the Ham Radio Workbench podcast or something.
No, I did that last week. I contested today, and then I got so frustrated that I went to the bar and drank and watched the Cardinals lose.
The Arizona Cardinals?
No, the St. Louis Cardinals.
What? Oh no, you're right. Okay, sorry. What am I thinking of? Where's Arizona?
Yeah, Josh doesn't know ball sports.
I don't know. I don't know sports ball. I don't.
Sorry. Yeah, St. Louis Cardinals baseball.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
Okay, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
You're proper Illinois boy. Yes. Okay, got it. Yes.
It's Missouri, but
Not enough AKs for Josh.
I thought you're from Illinois.
no, I live in Missouri.
And who did they lose to?
Wait, who?
Yeah.
It's Sterling then? It's in Illinois only?
No,
Sterling?
he lives 10 blocks from me in we both live in St. Louis proper.
the Fighting
Where-
Phillies.
Okay.
So you're
Well,
talking
to
about
be honest, St. Louis is Chicago's backyard.
Yeah, Illinois is Sean, ham radio dude, and Carlos.
Okay. Deep apologies, because I
Yeah.
just screwed up completely on the live stream then about like
Yeah, you got-
who's
you
gonna
got
do
Kyle-
the Illinois who's gonna be the Illinois QSO party.
You have Kyle confused with Carlos. I get it.
Kyle and Carl, you know what? They look very similar. Clean shaven Kyle with Carlos and a huge beard. Yeah,
Well,
they're very
I mean,
similar.
In your defense, Josh, I do the Missouri and Illinois QSO party. Illinois QSO party is next week, and we're putting on a huge show for Illinois QSO party.
Okay, so at least I did that right, because I said Kyle is probably going to be active in the Illinois
Yes.
QSO party. He's going to do something with his club, and he's going to be doing the Flex Radio thing, all that.
Yes,
So I think I was right. Okay, good.
We're going to be doing a whole shebang for
Okay.
next week at Illinois QSO party. Yes.
Okay, so
I thought he was going to announce he's going to jump out of an airplane.
I think that's possibly what it was. In that, how did I pop this window up? I've never even seen this before, and we'll leave that up for a second. I think that's what it possibly was, because I know you've always done the Illinois QSO party, right?
Correct. Yeah.
okay.
I've done the Illinois QSO party for 10 plus years. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good. So I don't feel so bad. But okay, Kyle. Hey, thank you for joining us. How are you, sir?
Good. How is this? You know, I caught some of the stream and then I had to leave, but I have to rewatch the CW Hotline because I did not know anything about CW Hotline, and I think that it might be a answer to remote CW keying with if you have a remote radio. So I'm glad that you guys did something a stream about it, and I'm gonna look more into it. So it looks promising.
I don't know that. I mean, hypothetically, actually, wait. I take that back. You could create your own channel between two units, hypothetically.
And somebody mentioned on the stream that you can key a Flex Radio CW through the through V band or through the CW hotline.
Yeah, so after I saw that you were going to do the stream on it, I got on the CW hotline or the V-Band Discord, and I asked a bunch of questions, and there's quite a few people who use one keyer at their home QTH and another keyer at the remote, and that's how they remote CW. So I'm going to try it.
Are you watching me on YouTube or Twitch?
No,
right now?
let me get over there.
It's not that big a deal. All I'm going to tell you is don't install any of the keys. Just don't do any of it. Just use the ports. Just you can bypass all of that. Don't waste your time. That was the only takeaway I got from the kit building.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, good deal.
And can't you do all of that CW remote stuff through Smart SDR2? Isn't that why people are still running Smart SDR2?
No, I mean they have not figured out the CW bug. The only way that you're going to be able to do CW locally is through a Maestro or through the WK Flex or the WCW Flex software that's an add-on.
Yeah, because what I heard was that the bug came in 3.0, and 2.0 doesn't have the bug.
Oh, you're more up on it than I am, Don.
And by the way, I have a Maestro, so I guess I don't care, right?
Yeah. You can do remote CW through the Maestro, but I mean that's a $1,300 solution. Not everyone wants to pay another $1,300. You know,
it only cost me $1,000 when I bought the radio.
It's $1,000 between friends. What does it matter?
Well, I figure if I'm going to go for but I might buy once, cry once, right?
That is the ham radio argument that many people have gotten themselves in big trouble by saying.
Yeah, I know. And the truth is, I bought that, and I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble, but I bought that Maestro, and I've used it twice in, 2 years now.
I got to say, the Maestro it's a big boy. And then the thought that, like, it has a box in the back that you shove a power bank into to keep it charged.
No,
It's kind of a
the
big
battery.
bald move. It's kind of a big bald move, to be honest with you.
You put a battery in the back of it. That battery bank is the battery.
No.
It's not keeping it charged.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like
Oh.
the fact that it doesn't have like a pass through system or something like that, where you can keep it going. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I know
you can plug it into 12 volts if you want to.
Oh, okay. It does have a 12-volt line. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
In fact, it comes with a little, small 12-volt 2-amp power supply that I use on the Hermes light. Hey,
but the
Flex
fact
radio is a cult. Changed my mind.
But the fact that the Maestro can run off of a USB power bank, which is definitely not putting out 12 volts or 13.8 or whatever, means that it can run it like USB power. So why can't you just run like a USB-C into it and just run it that way? Right?
Yeah, I don't.
Because it's a flex.
Well, no, I think it's more about. I mean, if you think about 12 volts, 2 amps. I mean, USB-C now maybe, but I think when the Flex was or when the Maestros first came out, I don't think that much power was available on.
So
it.
Don, educate me on the Maestro because I've only experienced it like 2 times in person. Can you log easily on the Maestro?
Log meaning?
Like create a log entry.
It's not. Basically, it's an interface to the radio. It has nothing to do with FT8 or any of that other stuff. If you want to do FT8, you're going to connect a computer to it. So it's not like you can't go in behind that stupid tablet that's in there and do anything other than Smart SDR.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So let's say, which is oft as I am to do, get into my massage chair with my iPad. I can connect to my 7610 and I can do single sideband on the 7610 and then log the contact in the same software. Can you do that with the Maestro?
Why would you want to? If you have an Apple, then you would install the Apple at Smart SDR and just run the Smart SDR directly from the Apple.
No, I do, but I'm running
the Maestro.
I'm running the ICOM. I'm running SDR control on the iPad for my 7610, which is the same developer from Flex. I'm saying if you have the Maestro, if I were to go sit in my massage chair and I got the VFO and all that stuff and I'm dialing around.
The Maestro, what I'm trying to say is the Maestro is not a Macintosh, nor is it a Windows machine. It is a interface to the radio.
So you can't log on it. You can't do
logging
No,
it's not that. It's basically just what it does is it gives you an interface with knobs and buttons to Smart SDR. Period.
It's the front panel of the radio. It's
Right.
a
Right,
remoteable front panel of the radio.
So Don, I'm not trying to paint you into a corner. I'm just saying
I'm trying to explain it.
But then hear me out. So to me, if you're on the same network as your radio, one should expect that they could go like upstairs with the Maestro and use the radio, and then how do they log? So they'd have to have a laptop next to them or something like that to make a log or something like that. Okay. So okay. I get why people then don't use it that often. I understand because it's purely a front end control kind of thing.
Right. And if I'm in another room, I just run Smart SDR on my computer. I don't really use the Maestro. I have used the Maestro a couple of times because and this is a silly reason, but I was laying in bed and it's like, oh, I just want to fire up the radio and see what's going on. And so I fired it up and made a couple of QSOs on it. But yeah, that to me is the one thing that you can do with it. The other thing that's that you can do with it is you can take it with you, to somewhere like not your home and not your network, and connect back in through your network directly to the radio and run the radio just like you were sitting in front of it. So it's
so long as those servers are working, right?
Yeah. Well, all the servers do is let you log in. They're authentication servers. They don't really connect the radio to the Maestro.
Kyle, you want to jump in on this one,
or you don't have a licensing freaking issue?
Yeah, so that's where I'm going with this is
licensing. The licensing.
Flex has had some issues, and I expect they fix them or working towards it.
Yeah, they are, and
yeah,
I mean,
I mean, Flex is a cool concept. It's
Great concept.
It's a very good radio. You know, do I want them to succeed? Yes. Do I love my
of course.
Flex? Yes. Do I have this love-hate relationship whenever they take my radio down for 3 days or a week or whatever the case may be because I can't log into it or they have a licensing issue or whatever the flavor of the month is, downtime. I love them and I hate them. And I'm about to the point where I need to get another radio for the remote station so I have some type of backup or reliable system to log into to make QSOs while my Flex is down.
Yeah, the last my Flex never went down for any of those things because I don't use any of those things. So I never log into SmartLink. In fact, actually, when I was running remote, like from the office, I don't remember logging into SmartLink. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't log into SmartLink. I pointed directly at my external link or to my home through port whatever the hell it was, 4193 or whatever, and that's all I ever did. I don't SmartLink. I can't remember why you need it. I know that like one time, and y'all all forgive me, but I let Connor use my radio. And Connor used it through SmartLink.
Used it and abused it.
No,
that was your first mistake.
Yeah, so
he was good.
So Don, if you're local to the same subnet as the Flex is on, you don't have to configure SmartLink. But if you are outside the subnet that, the 192.168.1.x, with a 255.255 subnet, you have to configure SmartLink and you have to log into SmartLink to see your radio.
Unless you VPN. And then with a VPN, basically extending your network. And a lot of guys are doing that to get around the problem you're talking about.
Right. But the problem is using a VPN and getting on the same subnet as your radio is not something that my father is going to be able to do. That requires literally probably an IT degree and you working 8 hours a day as a network engineer to figure out how to do that.
It's not really, but okay.
But Don,
But are those the guys
Don,
gonna be buying a
I
Flex?
do have
you are an advanced user, Don.
Yes, I know, and that's why it's hard for me to imagine that it's that hard. But yes, I think it probably would be in some cases.
Don, could you imagine Joe Average Ham opening a Flex and being like, "What now?"
Well,
Don,
a lot of the
think
guys,
about it. Like if they're
a
not
lot of the guys
IT,
in my club that do this are not.
They call you.
They're not IT engineers. No, they don't call me. They're the ones telling me they do it. I don't do that. I don't screw with it.
I don't know, Don. I every time I see a Flex, I'm like, man, like, come on.
I don't
think
know.
about it. Come on, Don. Come on.
Well, I know like the stuff that Kyle's talking about is absolutely like there's no excuse for it. Now I know that when Windows changed that net 4.5 or went to net 4.5 and the Windows protocol changed from TLS1 to TLS 1.3, that was completely out of Flex's control, and so they basically had to rewrite the software. So those two, I definitely like. It's like, first of all, they should have seen it coming and they should have been working on it already. So there's no excuse there. But when it did happen, it wasn't really their fault. And then, but the ones that I'm reading about right now that are happening, where like you can't even open a slice up. So the radio, basically, you've upgraded to 3.39 or whatever it is, and you can't even start the radio. No, that how the hell do you let that get out of QA?
So
I don't get that.
So I mean that's the thing. It's like if you're physically in the presence of the radio, it will work, right? It's when all these problems are when the people are remoting them. They're doing.
So
Right?
Josh, actually, this latest problem was.
Don't tell me that, Kyle. That was the thing I was hoping, that it was just
No.
the remote
No.
stuff.
No.
Oh,
So
Kyle.
this latest problem was a certificate license. If you telnetted into your Flex and tried to create a slice through the API command, it told you that it was a licensing issue. Well, the cat was out of the bag whenever someone did that on Facebook, and everyone figured out what was going on. Their certificates expired, and they didn't put in their freaking calendar that their certificates were going to expire. And then on all of the older radios, which I have an older 6700 that is like 9 years old, well, the certificates are only 10 years old. They probably renewed the certificates, 11 years ago.
Right.
And guess what? They all expired. So, who's that wasn't that was a software issue, and it was a remote issue. Even if you logged in locally, you were not getting the slice. So, I mean, Flex is their own worst enemy. Like, they're doing them to themselves.
Yeah, that the same thing is true of the net thing, right? They knew that .NET had upgraded and that TLS 1.2 was no longer supported for years, and they did nothing about it.
Can I make a suggestion? Actually, can I?
Mhm.
This is some high brain suggestion. This is my manager in me
Sure.
coming out right now. Don, can you go work for Flex? Because this is an IT problem.
No, they
No.
won't pay me.
Hear me out.
They won't pay me what I'm getting paid now.
Well, that's probably true. But this is literally an IT problem. This is a problem that IT has figured out. They have calendars set up for all the leases that they have to reestablish and rebuild, and they're doing it automated. They have automated systems that do that Dawn knows about. So this to me is literally, this should be a non-issue. And the fact that it is an issue means that they don't have an IT solution, like an actual, like an IT support service platform in place. They really don't. Don, come on, please.
No,
please.
but that's not the only issue, right? So the
this
TLS
issue is that.
Yeah,
this issue is that.
This issue is definitely that. It's just, but the TLS issue and the .NET issue is them going in and proactively rewriting software around what Microsoft is doing, and that is coding work. And they just simply didn't put in the coding work. And see, that was the problem. When they got caught on that one with their pants down, they had nothing to do but go in and start working on the code to fix it. And it took them several weeks or month. I think it was more than a couple of months to get that thing fixed, because they basically had to go in and their developers had to drop everything and redevelop some of their key software.
This strikes me as a systems problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is the systems engineer with dependencies on things that you don't control.
Yeah, but 90% of their systems engineers right now, and we all know this, are working on their military contracts.
And so when you build all these dependencies in, then you got to keep track of them. And if you don't do that, and you don't do that well, then this is what happens. So this is a systems level problem. And I'm not talking about IT systems. I'm talking about systems level, as in the systems that they're using to develop their product.
Yeah, the thing that I mean, I really enjoy high-end radios. I've got several, and they all have their quirks.
Right.
So, I mean, and what really kills me is all these guys that are in the cult of K3 or Elecraft, and they don't realize that the really true powerful K4 is not out yet. I know you can wait for it, but and Elecraft's had their issues, et cetera, but Elecraft is one I still want to get, but
sure.
Anand has all kinds of issues delivering. The radio is a beautiful radio. It's built on top of Tapper software, so the software that actually runs the radio. And Bob Sherwood basically said on Ria's stream, it has the best transmitter out there, and it does, because of adaptive pre-distortion.
Is this the K4?
No, the not the K4. This is the Anand radio.
Oh, okay.
Anand. The Anands have the best transmitter out there because of adaptive pre-distortion. And no other radio does it, even though that adaptive pre-distortion algorithm has been out there for like 15 years or more. And 6 to 8 years ago or 9 years ago, they put it into the Anand radio. Now, Flex is working on it. They have the hardware. They put the hardware in when they put the 6000 series out. And by the way, the 6600 and the 6400s are the later versions of the 66 or the 6000 series. So the 6000 series has been out there quite a while. They're just now starting to work, from what I understand, starting to work on adaptive pre-distortion. But it basically, adaptive pre-distortion will eliminate IMDs. And we see enough splatter on the bands right now with people that don't know how to use their radios. And this basically eliminates a lot of that. So it's something that Bob Sherwood was or Rob Sherwood, I'm sorry, was pretty adamant about. But even the Yaesus, right? The high end Yaesu, not the 101D, but the 101 MP has failing finals. They're blowing their finals quite regularly, and basically you're having to send them into to Yaesu and have those finals replaced, kind of like the S-Bit X, right? So each one of these radio lines,
yeah, but my finals
have
are this big. My finals are this big, Don.
True,
tiny little.
And we can replace them. We can replace them ourselves.
You've seen me do it. You've seen me do it.
Yeah. By the way, the latest fix, it doesn't sound like it's something that's that easy to do, but Arfan, or what is his name, Farhan, is recommending that it be
Ashar
done.
Farhan.
Ashar, Ashar is recommending that it be done, and I'm reading it going, you want me to do what?
What's the
Because
problem?
I don't get it. He's still working on the same problem, but he thinks that the problem now is in what he calls chirping that's happening around the finals, and he's trying to solve the chirping problem. And that's a much bigger fix than what we did by putting in the newer power.
Well, I bought 30 finals, and I've melted half of the PCB traces, loading them, and I'll just keep replacing them and jumping them until it works.
Well,
I guess.
Well,
I dialed back the power significantly, though. Once I dialed back the power, it was fine.
Well, there's 2 or 3. They sound like hardware engineers, including this lady named Allison, that have been telling him, that how to find various things, and they're working with him on the fixes for these for this chirping problem. And it does sound like we'll be able to go in and basically solder in this new fix, and I don't know exactly, like remove some resistors or patch around something like that. So
yeah, it
we'll
sounds
get
like we're
there.
going to be scraping PCBs to get to traces and soldering it. It sounds like that's my guess.
It's soldering onto, and I know you've done this before, those little tiny resistors, right?
Yeah.
And you got to solder a piece of wire onto that pad.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right. Well, so far mine's been great. I was literally breaking pileups with that thing on single sideband. Now I'm not using it on digital anymore. The software is too clunky for that right now. But it sounds really good on single sideband, and I was I think I got as far as Missouri on 20 meters with an event station, and I broke into that. I literally called twice and I got into it, so it was a good chunk of people that I broke through on. So.
I'm having trouble with it. Doesn't receive well for me.
That's okay.
So I can like flip to just about any radio and I can hear these guys, that are talking. Like normally I'm pulling people out that are about an S6 or S7,
right?
Because those guys are just above my noise floor. And on this one, if you're not an S8 or S9, it doesn't even show up on the waterfall.
Interesting.
Yeah, so like I want to work some POTAs or something like that, and I'll flip over to this thing and it just doesn't hear.
Let me take a second because I think I'm going to head out here shortly. I'm going to try and catch up with the kids. I know it's already like 10 o'clock, so hopefully they're in bed. But if they're not, we're going to try and watch a movie potentially, or I will at least. Kyle, this is the first time you've been on the after chat here for the Hammer New Crash Course. I think that's true. Are you still there, Kyle? You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
No, I was on. Remember we did the Node-RED stuff?
You
and
did.
I came
That's
on
right. That's
the
right.
after chat.
So you weren't here
was a month
earlier
ago.
when I did the YouTube pass through. So you're a YouTuber, Kyle. What are you up to next week? Tell us about what your YouTube story is going to be like.
Yeah, so next week, I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to record some videos about the dashboard. I'm going to be on Tio's Nugget stream talking about Node-RED and my contesting dashboard that I created. If you don't know anything, if you're into contesting, or if you use N1MM and you want a visual way of like mapping contacts and how many contacts you're contacting an hour and some other kind of useful things that N1MM like is kind of buried into their stats page, and you kind of want to see just on your screen as just a general overview of how you're doing or who you're contacting. I have created a Node-RED dashboard that's about 4 or 5 screens deep, and it basically just takes, after you build a Pi, it takes one command to install it, and then you configure N1MM, and you're up and running. So I'm going to be on Tio's Nuggets on Monday. That's Monday. Like I said, I'm going to put together some videos about how to configure and what are all the configuration parameters. And then also this week I took a 9-day, 8-state POTA soda rove over some vacation that I had to burn, and went to Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, West Virginia, Ohio, and some other states, Virginia, and just did POTA and soda the whole time that I was there. And
That's awesome.
Yeah, I took like 5.5 hours of video, and I'm going to release day 1 and day 2 at the end of next week. So I got quite a bit coming out.
That's cool.
You know, it's amazing. Like you hit these, Josh, other people who have YouTube channels on this channel, and Josh knows this. You kind of go through this ebb and flow of you'll have times whenever you produce a lot of videos, and then you'll have this time where you just kind of have to give it away, or not give it away, but just let it go and not produce some videos for a while. So I'm in this kick of producing videos and making a lot of content. So hopefully I'll release that in the next couple of weeks, and you'll be seeing a lot on my channel. So that's all I got.
Excellent. And when's your next trivia show? Because I know people look forward to that too.
I think that I'm going to do trivia on the 21st of October. So 7 p.m. on my channel. I do ham radio trivia, 4 rounds. It's all ham radio, and we play for fun. And come join. It's live and a good time.
Yep.
I have a question.
It's super great. I've just been in the worst situation where I can't join the last 2 times, but I love Kyle's streams. Paul, I think you said you have a question. Go ahead, Paul.
Kyle, when's the next time you're going to do Between Two Hams?
What'd you say? Huntsville? Is Huntsville the?
Well, it's Paul.
I think anytime you could do it. Technically.
Yeah, the problem. See, I would do one at Dayton, but Dayton does not. The time frame and the way that Dayton is set up, and the go of the 4 days at Dayton, it just doesn't. It doesn't set itself up for a Between Two Hams. Huntsville is very good because it's laid back.
Yeah.
Orlando
might work. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking
Orlando.
that too.
Right,
Oh, we have
Orlando
to
might
go to
work.
Orlando.
I'll be down at Orlando, so we'll see. But I must say that there might be a Between Two Hams at Dayton because of some things that are going on. So stay tuned.
Well, you
Do you
could
think
always.
you could get Dave Kassler to do it?
No.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Let me get
Like,
Don to do it.
Just tell him it's an interview with a very important person that will
Oh
go out
my
to
goodness.
thousands,
No,
and that
that's.
he could get thousands of
I
new
don't know that's
subscribers.
cool. I don't know that's cool. I think you have to know going in what
Dave
you're.
won't die. He won't.
No, I think you. Kyle was very open with me about what I was going into. Now the only
But
thing
that's what makes Between Two Ferns such a good show.
but
Is
Paul,
that some of the
hear
people
me
who've
out.
gotten on there they have no clue what they're
No,
doing when they
no,
come on.
Paul, no, absolutely not true. So that's actually the biggest comment that I have. There's no one who goes on Between Two Ferns who doesn't know what's going to happen and doesn't have a team of writers that is giving them like jokes that they can add in.
But they
I
don't
did that.
realize how brutal it.
No, they do. Of course they do, Paul. You're talking about people that are like peak stars, like superstars that are going on this show. They absolutely have a team of writers that are protecting them and balancing it and have jokes and things they can say. And it's a multi-cut show. It's not done live like we did. I literally had I had one question that I knew about that Kyle did mention it because it was something that literally, if you were not there, died on the floor. It's you can't hear it.
Yeah,
doing that live is really difficult, like really hard.
Yep. There was one question that I asked that.
We are live right now, Kyle. We are live right now.
I know. And so it got cut, and it was it got a bunch of oohs and ahs, but it got cut, and Josh and I decided that that joke was a little bit over the top, so we cut it, and it died on the cutting room floor, and it will never see the light of day. But
go ahead.
Video is out there.
So
yeah, the video's out on my channel.
I was going to say
the cut best bit is out there.
No.
Oh, I don't know where the cut's at. I have no.
Oh, it's out there. I saw it a couple of about
Did
a week
you really?
after you put yours out. Yeah.
From
somebody did it. I don't know who, but somebody resurrected it.
Oh, I don't. I haven't seen it.
So here's the point: is that I think a good Zach Galifianakis Between Two Ferns is a good spar. Like there's people going back and forth, and the only way you can do that is if it's truly scripted. And all those superstars that you see on that show are literally having jokes on teleprompters or jokes they know about or ideas that they're gonna bounce back on the person that's talking. It is actually really difficult to just off the cuff all those questions. I tried, but looking back at me doing that, I'd be so much better if I knew some of these going in beforehand. Some of these going beforehand.
And if I watched that video, I don't know, probably 50 times whenever I was editing it and after the fact. And I mean, I said the same thing over and over. Like, I am obviously I'm hypercritical and hyper-focused on what I was saying and what I was, but there were so many times that now looking back on it, Josh had a way, like a comeback to me, or I had another comeback to Josh, and I just missed it because either I was nervous or I just didn't think about it. I mean, it is a high-pressure situation when you have 50 or so people looking at you and you're trying to tell jokes and you're hoping that they're not going to fall on the floor and you know that this is being recorded. I mean, it's just high pressure situation.
It is it's literally like we would be people making millions of dollars if we could just jump in and be able to just have a witty repartee like that easily and quickly. That is very difficult. It is extremely difficult. And so to assume that anyone is going to be able to be like Between Two Ferns for free without having some kind of writers on the back end or joke making or anything like that, I don't think it can. I don't think it can.
So how much do you think we would have to pay Kessler?
With Dave Kassler, that would be a shutdown environment. That would be like a this is not what I signed up for. I'm out.
Yeah, I wouldn't there's a certain type of person that I would ask to roast, and he wouldn't even be on the short list.
Yeah, Cade MRD maybe, but not Dave.
So Mike is like, if you were to ask me who is like the most quick-witted, it's a speed thing too, like how fast your little brain can cook up a reply. Mike would probably be on the short list. I would probably add Jason in there somewhere. God, it's tough though, man. I'm telling you, like trying to do that, like
it's not easy to
just
be
with
funny.
people
I mean,
watching
people
is
think it's easy, but
stupid insane. It's really difficult.
So getting the smoking ape on there and getting his real name out of it is just completely out of the question, isn't it?
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know that the Smoking Ape couldn't do it. I just how many times have we been on a live stream with Smoking Ape? Like I haven't been in many times with him, other than just
right.
like chill time. Like obviously Coffee and Ham Radio when he's occasionally on there. But
yeah, he
like,
said, and I don't remember if he really did. He said he went to either Dayton or Orlando a few years ago, which surprised me. I would suspect that he wouldn't go to any of them.
No, I'm sure he goes. I just, at some point, like people start recognizing him, and they're like, "That's the guy. He's the ape." You know.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
someone will figure it out eventually.
Well, the understanding I had was he went out to like Monte Santo, and I'm like, really?
No, I don't know about that. Like, unless he was hiding in the brush. Like, I don't know.
Well, this was a couple of years ago. It wasn't like last year or the year before. It was before that. Well, I think before the pandemic, actually.
So, Kyle, are you going to change the format some, or what are you thinking about doing? Because I'm actually curious about this, too. Oh, we lost Kyle. He's checking on his doggy.
Get John Kruk on there. That guy's got an answer for everything.
Dude, John Kruk, like... So if I could, I think... I like talking to John. But off the cuff, like comedy, I'd give it to Ray. Slower Southern comedy, give it to Ray. I'd from me personally.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was purely joking.
Well, I'm also diving in for the joke.
Ray actually has a quality answer, even if it's not what you want to hear. It sounds good.
No, Ray's the only guy that I can listen to and just get really mad at.
I know. You've mentioned it.
Why?
You mentioned it about the DPRS thing. That's true, but that's one thing. John Kruk is bad on a lot of things.
Oh, I like John. I've never had any issue with him.
Wait, you don't like Ray? Do you not like Ray? Like
no, I like Ray.
Okay.
I like Ray. I just don't like his answers.
Okay, all right.
No, I mean, getting mad at somebody and hating them are two different things.
Well, thank you for saying that, because we have too many people that confuse that thing.
Oh no!
Hating someone is like death words, right? Like it.
Yeah, I mean,
there is nobody in ham radio that you should hate. There's no one in ham radio that you should hate, particularly the people that work for the companies that make ham radios. That's crazy that we would hate them. That's
honestly,
insane to me.
Other than the 7300, there should be no radio. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
So, okay,
you're being crazy.
While we wait for Kyle,
I am.
Could I ask you? You mentioned finals burning up in the ASU. So, if that's the case, and then
the 101 MP, not the 101D.
Literally the most expensive radio.
Hold on. Okay.
The 200 watt output radio.
Right. We got that. We got the supposed screen burn in with the 7610. We got the board being fried from using an HDMI adapter on the DX10, and on and on and on. Which radio is safe?
No radio is safe. Every radio is potentially a demon spawn.
That's absolutely true. There's no radio that you're not gonna there's not somebody in the world that buys one that's not gonna have a problem with it.
Huh? Where you going?
That's kind of the way it seems, isn't it?
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true of computers too. I mean, I've got 2 Dell servers, and we've sold thousands of them, and I've got 2 of them that are duds. All right, but I mean, 2 out of thousands is a very small percentage, but it's affecting me.
Hey, Kyle, you back?
Yeah. Sorry, it's technology. It's hard.
Is it? Is it hard?
I don't know, Josh. But anyway, to finish my thought here, like I said, I learned a ton with Josh's Between Two Hams.
I
It
did
was
the
a great
best I can,
time.
Kyle. I did the best I can.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. It was a fun time, and I learned a ton. And
I did too. By the way.
And
I would never agree to this situation ever again. That's what I learned.
You learned enough not
I learned a lot. I learned a lot, Kyle. I learned a lot.
And you're 100% sure of that.
Sorry, Kyle. Go ahead.
So the next person who gets roasted, they will get the same treatment as Josh, and they will have
Good.
only have out of the 15 questions that I'm going to ask, I will only allow them to know a couple of them.
I had one.
Yes, you had one. Yep.
Okay.
So, will it happen again? Yes. Will it happen again soon? I don't know. I still have to line some things up, but it seems like right now it's only a Huntsville thing because of the environment. That's the best environment to do that type of skidding.
You know what's crazy is that it really is. It is actually the best audience for it. It's a captive audience. They're all under that pavilion. It's actually really difficult to create something like that with good audio. We had really good audio, and if you notice, if you noticed it on Kyle's video, we had a sunset situation. The sun set while we were doing this, and it was like a live shot kind of thing. It was almost unbroken completely, aside from the part that we cut out.
If this happens at Dayton, I don't. Dayton is such a go environment that I don't know if there's a time that
we wouldn't have an audience. It would have to be at the Airbnb or something like that.
Right, and that is only a select amount of people, so it would
just be Carlos screaming in the background.
Laughing uncontrollably.
Dead. Yeah.
So, I mean, it might happen at Hamcation. I mean, I will be down there at Hamcation, but I don't know. It seems like it's a Huntsville thing, and I think we all know who the short list is, and I think we just all basically gave the short list here. And if we only do it once a year, well, that takes care of the next 2 years. So I don't know. It's it was great, and I wish that I could do it literally all the time, but the conditions just don't sometimes allow it to
wait.
I need an audience. So
Kyle, what if you just did it on live stream?
Yeah, I could, but what am I going to do? Just have just a bunch of people?
Yes, just do it. Just do it. Now, Kyle, it won't be. You still do it in person, of course.
Right.
Huntsville being the penultimate, if you will, right? But you could literally do this every freaking week. Wait, you could go to every ham radio YouTube channel and do this every week. Every week, Kyle. You could do it live every week. You get this could be your channel, Kyle. This could be it. This is it. Kyle, I'm condensing ambrosia into a Lunchable for you to peel the plastic off of and eat. This is literally, I'm giving it to you right now. This is it right here. You could do this every week. Every week.
You could do the same 15 questions every week.
Could you imagine during Sterling? Get Sterling on there, please. Next week, do Sterling. Let's do Sterling.
Get
all right.
Callum.
Paul. All right.
Callum
Yep. We could. All right. I hear you.
There's your audience, and you can take comments from the chat. You could.
Yes.
You can do. Yeah, Kyle, please do it. Dive in, Kyle. Kyle, dive in. This is your.
All right.
This is your moment. This is it.
All right, we're
You
gonna
know what? You
explore
could do it. You could do it on my channel.
Yeah.
And coming up next on and
Seriously, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
I get you can't have, but you did a fantastic job. It was great. I felt really good doing it. Although I know I could have done better, like if I, had more info. But I mean that's kind of the point, right? But
right.
now because of I guess you could say the baseline we've set here, that you could impose that upon everyone.
Right.
But then you
Everyone
can say,
is an open
hey, Josh did it live. You could do it over Zoom.
Right. I mean, yeah, that is.
I'm even going to send you 5 of the questions.
Yeah.
See,
What?
And you start out with the same question with everybody, and that way they get comfortable, and then you kill them.
Yeah.
No, don't even do that. No, don't listen to Paul.
Yeah,
Paul, I disagree with you
have-
on this one.
Yeah,
a little
I
bit.
think
I
you
did
have-
because you have to tailor it some to the
Yes.
the person you're talking to.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking to somebody that's like hardcore POTA, like if you got the POTA Adventures guy, right, and you're just like everything's got to be POTA or closely POTA related.
Right.
Yeah. No.
Have you ever considered climbing a mountain?
I think. Yeah. I think this could. Yeah. Okay. I hear you. I hear
Why
you.
not?
Big
There's so many new YouTube people that want that are out there doing YouTube ham radio stuff. Let them get out there. Let's go. Let's do it.
I would love for this to be like the fear thing. Like, oh, have you been roasted on?
Yes,
Between Two Hams?
yes. You are the you're the Joe Rogan of
Right.
YouTube
Right.
ham radio.
Oh no! Don't go on that show. Oh yeah, he asked me to go on the show in 2 weeks. Oh crap! You're screwed.
What's your
Dude.
feeling is about UFOs?
All right.
What about
All right.
folks?
I hear you. Okay.
Right? You could do this.
I hear it. Yeah.
You can do it tomorrow.
I think tomorrow.
You could.
Yeah, you could, but I mean, I'd have to get prepared. But yeah, there's some preparation. But yeah, I think we could totally do it over Zoom. Yeah, I think so.
Why not? Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be the same. We know that. And then it could build to your Penn Ultimate at Huntsville or Hamvention or whatever, right? Like that
Right.
could be
You
the
build an
the big stars, or like a go back, or like 2 people, right? Or something that bigger and better, right? You are literally becoming the Johnny Carson of ham radio right now. It's basically what's happening right now. Like if you
It's
think
the
about
hot
it.
ones of ham
Who's
radio.
Johnny Carson?
It's the hot ones of ham radio. If you want
The
to go
hot
that.
ones.
Yeah.
Well, I actually stay tuned about the hot ones of ham radio. I think that might have got spun off on somebody else's channel, and they might be doing that.
Well, then that is that's going to be a sad show if I'm not on it.
Yeah, and I might be a part of it. I might not. I don't know. They asked me to.
Really?
Do
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Okay. There's like a Hot Ones ham radio channel where you answer questions.
No. I think somebody's going to do a pun of hot ones like I did between two ferns.
Oh, okay. All right.
Somebody came to me and said, "Hey, we'd like to do a hot ones of ham radio. Would you like to be involved?" And
Okay.
I said, "Well, you need to pitch it a little bit further before I say yes or no." So.
And nobody asked me. I'm literally like the spiciest eater in the entire crew.
Possibly that's why they didn't ask.
Okay, maybe. All right. Fine. All right, you're right, Don. You're right. You're probably right.
I mean, you want somebody to. You're kind of watching that show to watch him suffer.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. Kyle?
Yes.
I think this is a thing. I think this is a thing that you could, like, you could do, like, literally, a week from now, Carlos.
Oh, yeah. I've got 10 questions on Carlos that I could literally ask right now.
This would be fantastic. This next week, Carlos. Like, boom, Friday, go. This is how we kick off our weekend.
All right.
I'm
Yeah.
down, man. I'm down. I think this is actually a really good idea.
I think so too.
I'm glad
All right.
I'm glad we workshopped this for you.
Yeah, I'm glad we whiteboarded it, right?
I want to drag out a whiteboard right now. That this is I think man, this is good. Sterling would be fantastic on this because he's so dry
Yeah.
And you just tell him, just be like dry as shit. Just be you. Just like +10. Like give it a little nudge, like a little zhuzh. Just God, this is so good. This is so good.
All right.
And then, but okay, Kyle. Okay, do you have OBS? Please don't cheap out on like doing StreamYard or anything like that. Make an actual OBS shot where you have the images of ferns and like ham cam. Yes, like build.
I would have to
build the set. Build the set.
Yeah, I'd have
Yes.
to. Yeah,
Yes.
I'd have to build the set and put it in front of green screen,
Yes.
right, and pull it out, and then
No, I mean you have the images. You float the images.
No, right.
Like you can float them. Yeah.
Right. Float the images and then put the people from Zoom in the chairs and act like we're actually sitting in chairs between two hams.
I love it. I love it even more. Now that you got the plastic, like the chair, even better. If your bodies are cut off halfway and it's just our upper bodies and the chairs underneath,
right?
That is. Kyle, you are already taking creative license on this. I know that the wheels are turning. This is amazing. I love this. I love this so much. I love this so much. I love this so much. I already
have the set. I already have. I'm building the set right now.
Oh, I'm giving you a chef's kiss. I'm giving you the chef's kiss, Kyle. I love this idea so much. I love it. I love it.
Did you guys ever see Space Coast Ghost Coast to Coast?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Do something like that.
Like throw to a Moltar on the background, like shifting levers. Kyle, if you would like, this is something you can do in OBS. You can have a scene that's just a video. If you want to have me like pretending to adjust something stupid in the background that you throw to, let me know. I'll make a video. It'll take me an hour. I'll edit it. I'll get it to you.
All right.
I love this. I love every direction this is going. I love it. Oh, it's so good.
We can do this. I think this will be good.
Please.
It's gonna be so dumb,
otherwise we're waiting too long. We're waiting too long for this.
I know, and I had this conversation with Sterling a couple of weeks ago. I'm just like, I need to do something else, and he's just like, you can do it at Hamcation, and I'm like, I don't think that that and we talked about the scenarios and like it won't work because of the hustle and bustle and whatnot.
No,
so
yeah, you're right. You're right.
I agree that it needs to be more often, but I was having a challenge of how can I put this together and it have the same type of format and the same type of kind of knockout punch on over the internet. And I don't know. I think I shut myself down to be like, it's not going to be the same, so we can't do it.
No, you just gotta like do it now. Just
right.
Do it. And just make it cheesy as shit, like on the live stream. Just all the stupid fern. Like it could be, like okay. So here's what I would recommend: is that anybody you have do this has to have a green screen or something like that that you can blur them out, and it's just all ferns behind them, or something completely stupid, like just completely crazy. Oh, this is.
You can
There's so many ways you can go with this. There's so many ways.
Flying pigs. I need to think about this a little bit more, but yes, I think it could work. And now you've given me some ideas.
Very good. I'm very happy about that, Kyle. I had a great time with this video with you, and I just want to see you do more of it. Let's make it happen.
Yep. All right. Sounds good.
Let me know how I can help.
I will. All right. It's 12:40 here. I'm going to go to bed.
All right, take it easy. I gotta head out too. I've got kids. They want to watch a movie, so I'm gonna. We're gonna go watch Hocus Pocus 2.
Oh gosh.
I would kill myself first.
I actually liked the first Hocus Pocus. It was actually shot in my middle school, half of it or parts of it at least. In California.
I didn't drink a lot before that.
I already drank a lot, so we should be great. So we're already set.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate your movie suggestion was spot on.
Oh, Dawn, I loved your comment. I read it. So great, fantastic movie, right?
Yeah. And like I said, the minute I saw Lopan, I'm in for the whole 9 yards.
So, did you notice the husband was Data from the Goonies?
No, I didn't, because
Yeah.
he was too grown up. But man, he was just so good in that role. I mean, everybody that was in that movie was just good in the role they were in.
So for everybody that's still watching, if you haven't seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, it is the best movie you can watch. It is a complete change of any crazy dumb movie you watch in recent years. It is just legitimately good. It's Dawn, I think I said it's kind of like the Matrix of our generation. It kind of is, like this new generation. It kind of is, right? It feels that way. It really does feel that way.
To me, it was just a really, really well-made movie and funny as hell. I really was sore after watching that movie. It was so funny. But because I'm not sure where I get the Matrix side of it, but because I thought the Matrix was okay, but it wasn't.
I guess it's the tone of it is much deeper and darker, so that's true.
Yeah. Well, I did. I liked this one far better than I did any of the Matrix movies.
High praise, high praise. I absolutely loved everything about this movie. It is the one of the best movies I've seen, and then I'm literally, so I'm somewhat, my wife is Chinese, and I'm literally watching her almost crying through, some of the relationship drama that happens through the movie, because it's kind of like the movie is the movie is both really super interesting, but it's also based in the cultural dilemma that a lot of Asian people go through of multiple generations, right? And I'm watching it both as myself being someone who didn't experience it and just having a really good time, and then also seeing it through the eyes of my wife, who's seeing it like almost crying through some scenes of like relationship with parents and all the complication that goes into that. But it is still in my wife's eyes, in my eyes, still like one of the best movies that has come out this year, bar none.
Well, I got a lot of I think the mother-daughter relationship stuff was like
mother-father.
Well,
yeah, the mother-father.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that. But I mean, the mother-daughter.
Yes,
was kind of more. That was universal. I didn't. I got that from the beginning.
Sure.
And so the relationship between the father and the mother, to me, that was really unique in the way that all worked out. I don't think I've seen that before, and it really. I was so happy the way it worked out.
But like the reality of it being this multi-dimensional thing with who's the yogurt lady that's in it? What am I thinking of? From Halloween, the woman that's in it. Oh, please.
I can't think of it either.
The white lady.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Thank you so much.
Oh, I thought that's the tax lady. Yeah, if you just said
but there's a whole
IRS
crazy
agent.
But there's a whole crazy relationship with her and the main character woman as well. And like that whole thing is just like the hot dog fingers and all that. It's like, what is happening?
Yeah.
It is literally the like craziest goddamn movie that has happened this year. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that movie. Do you think the IRS, those 140,000 new IRS agents, will be as nice as Jamie Lee Curtis?
I don't know. She seemed pretty hostile, at least in the beginning.
Well, yeah, but there at the end, though, it was like completely cooperative and keeping small businesses going. It was weird.
Well, what was so funny about that whole thing is that he would have her, tune out, the husband would, and then he would say something to Jamie Lee Curtis, and all of a sudden they've got another few days, or they've got, and it's like. And at the end of the movie, maybe I shouldn't say that to spoil it, but it is funny that at the end of the movie, they kind of question, like, what are you saying to her? That I don't know. There are so many things like that that are points of. We're seeing this at the beginning of the movie, and you're not, it kind of makes sense there, but you don't really hear something, and then later on in the movie, they bring it out again, and then you realize, hey, they're really following through these threads.
It's okay. So I will repeat in saying that I recommend this movie, and it's not an esoteric movie. So many movies I recommend are like really weird and off the cuff, and it only really appeals to a smaller market. This is actually a very, very good movie, and it is something that breaks a lot of boundaries of what you've experienced in movies. So you should check it out if you can. Not a good Halloween movie though, as we're going to October. So I would still say if you like a good Halloween movie, go check out Mandy. Mandy is still a recommended Halloween movie.
Where's Mike?
Mike's gone. He can't
No, he
refute
can't
my comments.
I
He
know.
can't refute my statements. Mandy is still one of my favorite. Although I did watch The Witch last night. The Witch with 2 V's, which it was all right. It was okay. I like that actress, the main actress in it, but she was better in The Northman. That was a good movie. If you want a good Halloween movie and just a really good, like, I feel icky everywhere all the time, The Descent. Go get The Descent and watch it. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I've seen it.
Fantastic horror, and I want to just be uncomfortable all the time. Ham Radio. Okay, so Ham Radio for non-techies, you have to jump in here. So you're in on this. You're in on the Munsters remake. Are you in on this? Are you're about this?
Yeah, I'm a big Rob Zombie fan, and when he put this movie out, I was apprehensive. I mean, it's kind of retarded, but it's funny. It's worth watching. There's nothing serious about it, but he did a really good job of it, recreating the characters, and especially when they rebuilt the Munsters mansion, it was done pretty well.
So I'm also a Rob Zombie fan, but I don't think it's like peak horror, right? Like
It's
I think
not like
it's
it's not
schlocky, funny horror.
Yeah, it's not like House of 1,000 Corpses or Devil's Rejects. It's really he's
Well, this isn't
recreating
supposed to be.
monsters.
This is not supposed to be. This is supposed to be for like kids and stuff, kind of.
Yeah, but it was done. I think it was very well done for what it was.
Okay, right on. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out here. Oh God, it's really late. I think the kids are probably asleep, but if they're not, we might watch a movie. So I'm going to say take it easy, everybody, and talk to you later. And thanks for watching. See ya.
All right.
Thanks,
Have a good one, Josh.
Later.
Hey, Josh.
All right, everybody. Let's play those memes. I'll talk to you later. Hey, Tom White, I don't know if you're watching right now, but he had a question. Is America Link a DMR? So kind of. If the America Link is a talk group that you've baked into your code plug, then it's probably DMR. it really depends on what your mode of operation is and how you're getting into the repeater. The mode is the most important part, and that's probably DMR. So you can probably go with that. America Link is probably DMR. All right, everybody, take it easy.